have all the participants here. All right, so we are gonna get started here now. So okay, please let me know if you are able to see my screen and able to hear me as well. I'm just gonna go ahead and share the AWS console screen. Okay. Okay, great. Very nice. So, and I believe we have all the participants here. That is very nice. Okay, thank you, Shubham, Shri, and Nilesh for the greetings. So let's get started here. So I'm gonna go and quickly summarize that what all we have discussed yesterday and where we left, and then we are gonna go and continue with the today's session here. Okay. So uh, let me share that where we begin. So we started our journey with the concept of the cloud computing, and that is where we have discussed that what exactly the cloud is. So we discussed that cloud is a pool of resources, right? We are actually building that by adding all different type of resources in that, and we categorize all those different resources under few under few different terminologies. Okay, let me just bring in the wiki for that. Okay, and we talk about that we do have all different type of services which are going to be contributing and creating the pool. We are having infrastructure, platform, and the application. Okay, and we also discuss that what convenience and the responsibility they do have. All right, we also discuss that if we are going to be going and creating this pool and going to use exclusively for the organization, we are going to call that one as a private cloud. And when some organizations are actually creating this pool and making it available for open public, where anyone can go and create the account and start consuming the resources, we call that as a we call that as a uh, we call that as a public cloud, right? Okay, all right. Okay, yep. Thanks for pointing out, Sri. Actually, I was not broadcasting my updated screen here. Okay, you were you were you were watching the previous certification page. Okay, so thanks for pointing that out. Okay, so I'm now broadcasting and sharing it out. All right, so this is what I was talking about, that we have discussed this on the wiki and talk about the application platform and the infrastructure layers, right? So just to quickly recap and refresh, and then we moved on to that how exactly Amazon Cloud is made up of. So we talk about the AWS global infrastructure, and we discussed that AWS is a leaders in the cloud services. They are in the top, and this report and the benchmark is done by a company called Gartner. Then we moved on to that how exactly Amazon Cloud is made up of, and we talk about that we do have some availability zones and few regions where all the hardware is installed, and that is how the AWS cloud is made up of. Okay, that's how the AWS cloud is made up of. All right. Uh, we then started moving on to the console, and we created our free tier account. Okay, we started working with our own free tier account, and then we started with the very first service in the cloud, and that's known as EC2. We we also learned that what exactly this EC2 service is. So this EC2 service actually help us create, manage virtual machines in the cloud. And we actually created multiple Windows server yesterday. So after creating the server, we also tried converting that into an image. And before creating the image, we also saw that how we can create multiple disks, or how we can attach multiple volumes along with the virtual machine. Okay, we change the password, and then we bake the image, our own custom image. We also created one virtual machine out of that image, and we tested and verified it was having everything we configured on that machine. Okay, in that way, we'll be able to go and build out a standard environment. Okay, that is something we discovered we did. Moving on further to it, okay, we are gonna go and continue from where we left. All right. So yesterday, what we were trying to do, we were actually trying to do create two servers, and we actually created both these servers in different zones. We created one of the server in zone C, and then we created one of the server in zone E, and we actually shut down those servers. So currently those servers are actually not running. So we actually going to be going and using those servers for building an understanding further to it. But before we actually go and start building that understanding, what we are going to be doing is we have actually created our accounts almost 24 hours before, and now it's actually a good idea to get a control of your account. We need to go and explore that how I can go and check it out, that how much I am being charged, what all the different free services which are available to me, and how much quota of the free tier services I have already consumed so far. Okay, so that is going to be very, very interesting. So I would like to start my day by providing you the control on your account. Okay, we are actually going to be going and trying to work that through. All right, so any questions before we begin exploring the account information, the costing information, the free tier information? Anyone having any questions so far? All good? Okay. All right. So she's saying that Zone C and Zone E are interconnected. That is right, Sri. All the zones and all the regions are actually interconnected. Okay. Amazon is having a backbone which actually connects all the availability zones and all the regions. So everything is connected by Amazon at the back end. Okay. That's done by Amazon. Okay, that is great. So let's go and jump onto the AWS console here. So I'm going to be going and trying to log in here with my account and going to be going and using the root account here. Okay. All right. So looks like I'm always getting it wrong. 7Q8QAW. Oh my God. So what's wrong here? Okay. FB6DNE. All right. Okay. Looks like it is correct this time. All right. So here I have logged in. And the very first thing which I'm gonna go and check it out is that I'm currently working in Northern Virginia. So this is where right now I am. Okay, that is great. That is very, very nice. Okay, so what we are going to be doing here is we are actually going to be going to the account name which is given over there on the upper right hand corner. Okay, we are going to go and click on the account name which is mentioned here. And that is where you do have one of the information called my billing dashboard. So let's go and Let's go and choose this option. All right. So as soon as I'm going to be going and choosing the My Billing dashboard, it's going to go and take me here on the screen. Okay, so this is the billing and the cost management dashboard we have. Okay, this is the billing and the cost management dashboard we have. So are you able to see this? Okay, so if you want to work with the billing and the cost, you actually need to be there in the Virginia. Okay, so all the billing is actually getting done here in North Virginia. So Northern Virginia is headquarters for Amazon, and Amazon is doing all the billing consolidated at one location. Okay, so which means does not matter in which region you're working. You might be working in Virginia, you might be working in Europe, and you might be having some kind of workload in Asia as well. But Amazon is going to be doing a consolidated billing for you, and all the utilization, all the billing is actually done here, captured here. Okay, so for me right now it is showing that I do not have any of the cost associated here. Okay, that is very, very nice. So what it is showing for you, is it showing any kind of a cost here for you? Okay, so for Nilesh it is showing five rupees. Okay, okay, all right. So for Shri, it is 0. For Rahul, it's 0. Okay. Okay, Shubham also it's 0. Very nice. So that means we are able to use the account in the right way. Okay, that's a good sign. Okay. How about other folks? Just go ahead and share what it is showing for you. Okay. So for Humera, it is also 0. Okay. All right. For Muhammad, it's 0. For okay. For Sanil and Kajal, it's also 0. That is great. Okay, let me ask one question to Nilesh here. So Nilesh, is this your new account or is this something you are already using it for some time? Okay, this is your previous account. All right. So actually there should not be okay, there should not be costing for it. So is it something more than 1 year old? Okay, is that something more than a year old? Okay, all right, fine. So now how we can actually go and find that out, that what all the charges are being levied on my account? Okay. So I am being why I am being charged here. So how I can go and check that out, how I can find that out. So we can actually go and scroll this a bit. Okay. And then it's gonna be going and showing you that the top free tier services you do have here on your account. Okay, it's gonna be going and showing you that these are the free tier services you are using right now. And then it is gonna show you some break some breakout here. Okay, it's gonna be showing some kind of a breakup here, that how much it's gonna be, each and every service is contributing to it. And most of you are gonna be getting this information that you are using a EC2 Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud, and you do have a quota of 750 hours, and it's gonna say you have already utilized 3 hours of quota here. Okay, you have already used this much of a quota here, right? So is that something showing up here? Is that something showing to you right now? Okay, okay, all right. So Nilesh is having a Nilesh is having a okay. Okay, so if you don't have this information, that's fine. You directly see the alerts and notification because your account is still not 24 hours old. Okay, once it is going to be 24 hours old, because we I think created somewhere around after 11. Okay, after 11 a.m. So that is why I have not shown this page to you yesterday, because there won't be any information. So that is why we waited for one day, so that there's going to be some information gonna be populating here. Okay, but later in the day you will find it is gonna start populating. Okay? Later in the day we can go and explore that again, and you can always come back and check it here that how it is showing. Okay, and later in the day, or maybe toward the end of the today's session, we will go and try to create some kind of a notifications here as well. So I want actually Amazon to notify me if I am about to cross the free tier limit. For example, we have been given a 750 hours of a compute, and if I am somewhere around 600 hours, I want Amazon to send me an email. I want Amazon to notify me that I'm approaching a free tier usage, and after that, I'm gonna be using some paid services. So uh, that is where I'm actually gonna be going and setting up some kind of an alerts for myself. Okay, that is where I'm going to be trying to set up some kind of an alerts for myself. Okay, so if you don't have information, that's absolutely fine. Okay, we'll come and visit that later. But I would like to show you the screen for Nilesh. Okay, let's see how the utilization look like, and it will give you an idea that how your screen will look like once your account is a little bit old. So Nilesh, is it okay if you can share your screen? I can send the rights and we can check it out that uh, what all services are actually contributing to the cost which you are seeing on the dashboard. Okay, very nice. Thank you, Nilesh. So I'm gonna make Nilesh presenter and we'll see Nilesh's screen here. All right, very nice. So this is very, very nice. So we can see that there is a cost of a five Indian rupees showing up here. Okay. And if you see the breakup on the right hand side, so it is actually showing the 6 cent is coming from using EC2. Okay, so 6 cent is the cost coming for uh, for using the EC2 here. So will you please scroll it down? We'll check that out. Okay, so it says the key management service is a free, and you do not have EC2 as a free, which means EC2 is free for 1 year and you have passed that 1 year. Okay, so the 1 year free tier account which was provided to you, that is over. Okay, you will not be able to go and enjoy the free services anymore. If you are still in the free tier, it will actually start showing you the how much of a free tier EC2 you have consumed and how much is left for you. All right, so yeah, please scroll it up and just click on the EC2 which is showing here below. Okay, that's the yeah. Does it allow you to go and get the details? I guess no.
No.
Okay, just scroll up. We have something called Explorer. Yeah,
This one?
Cost Explorer. Yep, this one. Okay, yeah, let's go and click on say Launch Cost Explorer. Okay, all right. Looks like you have not visited this before, and it says we are going to be preparing this data for you, and the data is going to be available in the next 24 hours. All right, so that's
Mhm.
fine. We can come that and check that out later. But Nilesh, I think it's a good idea to go and create a new account for you, so that you don't have to pay any kind of charges for using all these services, right?
Mhm.
So you can actually cancel this account. You can go and say I want to terminate this account, so that there's going to be no cost associated with it. Okay, and you can actually go and start using the alternate new account. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I
All
have
right.
one more doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Like when we created yesterday, look, I'll just show you.
Mm-hmm.
So we created like two servers yesterday, EC2 instances. So there
Right.
were volumes. Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
we have stopped the servers, but we haven't stopped the volumes, right? So is it also comes into the cost? Like if
Yes,
I go
actually,
to
we cannot.
volumes,
Yeah, we cannot stop the volumes, right? We can
so
only
it shows
delete
here
them.
in use, right?
That's right. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's perfectly okay because we cannot stop them because this is a hard disk where all the data is actually sitting. Okay, we have a
Mm-hmm.
Windows installed, we have our password configured on it, we have our web services configured on it, right? So we have a whole lot of configuration setting. So all that data need to live somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
and data is actually stored on these volumes. We
Right.
have stopped this now, and after stopping the server, we don't have to pay for CPU and memory, but we still have to pay for the storage we are using. Okay, and the storage cost is going to
Mm-hmm.
be very, very less. So which means
Got
right
it.
now I'm actually paying for all these storage. Okay, I'm not paying for any of the server. I'm not paying for any CPU or memory because that is in the stop state, but I'm still paying for the storage.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Got it.
that's fine. That's perfectly fine. We can have it here. We can leave it with us. Okay, that's good.
Okay.
Anything else here?
No, thanks.
Okay. All right. Let me
Mhm.
go ahead and share my screen back. Okay. All right. So here I am back on the billing dashboard. That is fine. So I'm going to take you back to the AWS services, AWS console. So I'm going to go and click on the logo which we have here on the left upper side corner. Okay, so and then I'm gonna go into the compute section and gonna click on the EC2, something you're already familiar with, have used that multiple times so far. Okay, if I'm gonna be going to the instances and it is not gonna show me any of the running instances because we do have this filter which is only showing the running instances. I'm gonna go and click on this. I want to say clear filters. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna clear this filter and it is actually gonna be showing me that I do have two servers which are in the stop state. Okay. And when we are actually stopping these servers, we are actually not using any kind of a CPU and memory, which means we are actually returning the CPU and memory to the pool so that someone else can use it. So when I'm gonna be booting these servers back, I will again allocated CPU and memory so that I can run these servers. Okay. So right now I don't have any kind of CPU and memory allocated to me and I don't have to pay any charges for it. But I have blocked some storage for these servers. So I will have to pay for the storage. Okay. So your understanding is correct, Sri. So when we are not using these systems, when they are in the stop state, the CPU and the memory is back to the pool and someone else is using it. Okay. So we are not wasting those resources. All right. I'm gonna go and start both these servers and I'm gonna go and check it out if I still have the web page visible to me. I'm gonna select both of them and I'm gonna say let me start both at the same time. All right, so it's booting both the servers and very soon it is gonna be in the running state. Okay. All right. All right. So both the servers are actually now booted here, and they are showing me in the running state. Okay. That is very, very nice here. Now I'm actually going to be going and making a selection for one of the server, and I'm going to go and check the details of what the one server. I have a public IP address available here, and I'm going to be going and quickly testing it out whether the configuration we have done yesterday is still persistent, is still intact. So I'm going to go and copy this one, and then gonna paste it here in the browser window, and it's gonna go and take me to the page which we have created on this server. And there we go. It's working. Okay, it's working as expected. So now I'm gonna do the same check with the second server as well, and you will find the web2 is also gonna be showing me the same page. Let me pick up the IP for the second server, and let me go and check this out. All right, and yes, the second server is also pretty much the same as the first one. So is that okay? Is that fine? All right, so are you able to see both the pages for both the servers? All right, great. That is very, very nice. Okay, that is very, very nice. Okay. Now, actually, both the pages are showing the same content, and actually, I'm not able to make out that which page is coming from which server. So I want to make a small change here. Okay, I actually want to make a small change here. I want to change the color. I want to uh, change the message or the signature, so that just at looking at just at looking at the uh, okay, just at looking at the uh, server, I can make out that okay, the server page is actually coming from which server. Okay, okay, all right. All right. So, Nilesh, if you want to continue and use this environment, that's fine. It's not very, very expensive. Okay, there are just gonna be few rupees, and I don't think you're gonna be crossing 10 or 20 rupees for this exercise, right? So, don't hold yourself back. Just try completing this one, and in the break, you can create a new account. Okay, because we have already done a lot of work, so it's a good idea to go and continue. Okay. Oh, okay. So you already canceled that account. That's fine. That's okay then. Yeah, you can watch me doing it. Yep, I agree. You can't go back now. Yep, that's right. So Shri, you are not able to see this page. Okay, so that's not a good sign. So yesterday it was working for you, right? And is it not working on for both the servers? Okay, for both it's not working. Okay. Okay, yeah, we can actually come and quickly troubleshoot that for you. So do you want to share your screen? Okay, so I'm gonna send the okay, I'm gonna send the rights to you to share screen. Let me know if you got on the right system. Okay, that's good. There you go. It was on the right system here. Okay, yep. We have the web 2. Let's go and try out the web 2 here. let's copy the address and let's try checking what's there. Okay, it says that you can't reach the site. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I think if it need to work, it works very quickly. Let's go back to the instance. We don't have to wait that long. So we are using the 27, and that is the right IP you are using. Perfect. Let's go to the security part here. All right, let's scroll it down. Okay. Yep. Let's go and click on that. Okay, inbound rules. You have everything configured, and that's on the port 80. That is very, very nice. Okay. So when you actually started these servers, so have you given enough time for the servers to start and boot up? Okay, let's go to back to the instances on the left hand side and let's check it out the status where they are. Okay. Okay, yeah, both the checks are passed. That is very, very nice. Let's go and check it out for the second server as well. All right, try opening the IP for it. Okay, it's also not working for you. Uh, can you give me the IP address? Can you go back to the machine? Let me try at my end if it is working here. So was it working yesterday for you? Did you did you try that out? It's a 54.236, 51 and 183. Actually, it is working at my end. So looks like you have some problem with the firewall here. Okay. Can you check this out on your mobile phone if you are able to open this IP address in your mobile phone? So nothing wrong with the server. Looks like you have some kind of an antivirus. You have something which is stopping you from going to that page. Do you have any other browser? Okay. Can you just click on the IP address, copy IP address here, not the open address, just click on the left hand side, copy button, left to the IP. Yep, that's one. And then try adding it here in the browser. Uh, okay. Okay. All right. So it's working. Looks like when you're trying to open it, it might be trying to open that on the secure port or maybe trying to do something else. Okay. Yeah. Now it is saying not secure, though it might be adding HTTPS to it then. Okay, it's working. I think we just need to use the copy button for the IP. Okay, that was the reason I believe. Okay, that's nice. So I think it was a quick to fix. Anything else here, Sri? Are you good? All right, very, very nice. So let me go and share my screen back here. All right, so here I am, and we were talking about that we do have a same page coming from both the servers, right? And I would like to go and differentiate between that, if the page is coming from a specific server or not. Okay, that is what I'm interested in. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm actually going to be going and connecting to the server 2 here. I will pick up the public IP and then I will try to connect to this server using this public IP. I'm gonna go and bring in the remote desktop connection and we are gonna go and use the remote desktop connection to connect to the server too. All right. And I know what the password and the username I need to use. I don't have to depend on the key because I am using my own custom username password. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna give the username password here and it's gonna allow me to connect to it. All right, very, very nice. Okay, very nice. So I do see I have logged in here. Now, what I'm going to be doing is I'm actually going to be going and trying to update the code which we have created in the index.html file. I'm just interested in modifying the color of it. I mean, if it is going to show a different color, content may be the same, but if I see a different color, and that's all I need. Okay, that's all I need to use a different color, so I know that which which server is actually showing up these contents. Okay, I'll be able to differentiate easily. So what I'm gonna do is let me try opening the index.html file which we have created yesterday, right? Okay, okay. Let me open the file explorer here, and I'm gonna be going and locating the file. Okay, here is the index file. Open the location. Okay, open the file location, and I'm gonna be trying to open this index file in the notepad. Open with open with notepad. Okay, open with notepad. That's gonna work. All right. Okay, yep, this is the code which we stored yesterday. Let me change the font size so you will be able to read that. So I'm actually gonna go and replace this code with a new one, and I have actually already kept this code here for you. Okay, it's available here in the resources sheet. Let me paste here in the chat as well. Okay, let me also share the link of this file in case if you don't have that handy. So I'm gonna go and use this code here. I'm just gonna go and delete this one and gonna replace that with the new code. And the new code is actually giving me a new background color. Okay, I'm using a different background color. And in the signature as well, instead of using the Windows 1, I have given a signature as Windows 2. So that's the only change I have here. Okay, all right. Now I'm simply gonna go and say save it, and it's gonna go and save that in the same format with the file is already. And after saving it, I'm just gonna go and check it out that if the new color is showing up here or not. And there we go. As soon as I save, it is showing that, yep, it's a blue in color now. And I do have a different signature coming up here. So it means I have the same content, but the background color is different. So I can identify that, yep, from where the data is coming, from where the requests are coming. Okay, I'll be able to go and make that out easily. All right. So you can actually go and find out the color codes by using the HTML color palette. Okay, so that is how I selected the different color here. Okay, so this is the color code, and you can see HTML color palette. and you will be able to find the different colors over there in the palette. All right. So if you have the second server also working for you, let's go and try updating here in the lab. So let me know if you have the web 2 also working for you. Okay. All right. All right. So Kajal is looking for where is a remote desktop. So you need to click on the start button and then you need to identify the tool, right? Go to the start button and say remote, and you will find the remote desktop connection gonna be available to you. Okay. So yes, Sri, EC2 comes under the infrastructure as a services. Okay, it comes under the infrastructure as services. You're right. Okay. All right. So we are waiting for. Okay, Mohammed is done. Let me mark you done here, Mohammed. Okay. So Nilesh, are you done? All right. Okay, it's done. Uh, it is shared in the chat, Mohammed. You can find the link over there in the chat window. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sure. That's fine. So, Kajal, where are you stuck? So we yesterday used the start button, right? We used the remote desktop connection yesterday. All right. Okay. So I think we are good here, and let's proceed. Okay. So now we do have both the servers created and able to access both the servers, right? And we see that we have configured the servers in a different zones as well. We have server 1, we have server 2, and both are working as expected. So now user can actually go and consume my website from any of the server. End user can actually go and connect to the server one, or the end user can go and connect to the server two and go and consume the information we have. Okay, and can go and consume the application we have. So the reason we have created these multiple server is to provide the high availability. We thought that in case if something goes wrong with the server one, we have no problem. And in case something goes wrong with the zone, we again have no problem because we do have a server available in a different zone. We have a separate server available in a different zone. Now, we actually need to provide the information for both these servers to our end user. So end user is aware of that, okay, if the server one is not available, they can actually go and use a server two, right? But this scenario is having a one problem here. And the problem is everyone is going to be going and trying to connect to the server one, which means server one is going to be kind of an overloaded. Okay, it's going to be super busy, and no one is going to be using the server two until unless there is a problem with the server one. Means server one is going to be super busy, and server two is going to be idle, going to be sitting idle there, right? And I need to supply the information to all the users that how many servers we do have and which one is okay and which one is not, right? And that's gonna be kind of an hassle. So how about if I can add some kind of a governance, some kind of a controller on the top who is gonna be redirecting the traffic to the healthy servers? Okay. How about uh, how about creating a one service here? Users can always go and connect to that service. Okay. So I can say uh, all the users are gonna go and report here. And this particular service is going to decide that which server you need to connect to. Okay, so this particular service is going to keep a track of it, that how many servers we do have and which server is healthy and which is not. So users will not connect to the server directly. So users are going to go and connect to this coordinator, this facilitator. Okay, and this coordinator and this facilitator is actually known as load balancer. Okay, it's actually known as a load balancer. So we are now gonna be creating a load balancer, and end users are always gonna go and connect to this load balancer. And it's gonna be a job of a load balancer to check whether this server is available or not, or if it is healthy or not, and then send traffic to it. Okay, same is gonna be applicable to the second server as well. So it's keep an eye on both these servers. Okay, it'll keep an eye on both the servers, at how both the servers are doing. And then it will try to distribute the incoming request in a round robin fashion. It's gonna go and distribute all the incoming traffic to both the servers so that we are gonna be able to use both the servers in an optimal way. So that is what we are gonna be trying to achieve here with the help of the load balancer here. And load balancer is a fully managed service in Amazon. We are just gonna be going and creating a load balancer, and Amazon is going to be responsible for maintaining and taking care of the load balancer for us. We just need to go and say, hey, I want to create a new load balancer here. That's it. Okay. Is that fine? Is that okay so far? Does this scenario make sense to you? That why we are going to go and use this load balancer now? Any questions, anyone? Okay. All right. So, okay, once we're going to be going and completing this lab, I think this will start making more sense to you. All right, so now let's go and deploy this load balancer. Let's go and work with this load balancer. Okay, so, all right, that's a good question, Shri. So she is saying that we are going to go and create a load balancer in which zone? So load balancer does not require a zone selection. Okay, it is going to be created within a region. we don't have to specify that in which zone this particular load balancer is gonna sit. We only need to specify in which region I need to create this load balancer. Okay, so load balancer is going to be actually outside the zone, but within the region. Okay, that's how it's going to work. Okay, all right. So the outside border is actually depicting the region we have. Very nice. So I think a good thought, good question here. Let's go back to the console, and on the AWS management console, on the left hand side, if you scroll it down, you will be able to see we do have an option here called load balancing. So do you see this option of a load balancing here? Okay, all right. So we need to go and click in here, say I want to use a load balancer. Okay, I'm gonna go and click on here on the load balancer. Okay. So here you see it's saying that we do not have any kind of a load balancer here in this region. Okay, and we are going to be going and trying to create a new load balancer here. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to go and hit the button, say I want to create a new load balancer. It's going to give me a lot of different options. It says what type of a load balancer you wish to create. Okay, we do have a multiple options to choose from, that which type of a load balancer we are looking for. So we do have an application load balancer, we do have a network load balancer, we have a gateway load balancer, and then we have a classic load balancer as well. So I'm sure you might have studied about the uh, 7-layer OSI model, right? You might have studied that. You might be aware of that. What is a 7-layer OSI model? So we do have a different layers here which help us communicate on the network. So application layer is a layer 7, which is a top layer, which is software layer. And we do have a load balancer which works on a layer 7, which works on the application layer. Okay. And that is what the application load balancer is, which means this particular load balancer is going to be aware of what is the status of the application. It can go and check that if the application is healthy or not. Okay. It can go and verify that how the application is behaving, how the application is working. We have a network load balancer as well, and the network load balancer works much lower, which lower layer. Okay, it works on the layer which is much lower. Hence, network load balancer is um, able to provide a able to provide the uh, performance which is very high. Okay, it says you can choose a network load balancer when you need a ultra high performance. Network load balancers are capable of handling millions of requests per second. Okay, so these network load balancers are actually capable of handling millions of requests per second. Okay, they are able to perform that. Okay, so uh, gateway load balancer help you integrate some third-party software with this as well. Okay, we will talk about all these different load balancers later. Uh, we have a classic load balancer, and classic load balancer is a part of the free tier. We can actually go and try this out for free. We can check this out, that how exactly this load balancer works, how we can go and configure that, what all information we need to supply while configuring those, and we'll be able to go and test this out. We can go and try that out for free. Okay, so that is a that is very much possible. All right, so so let's go and click on, say, I want to start with the classic load balancer. I want to create a classic load balancer here. Okay, let's go and click on this button. So I'm gonna say create this classic load balancer, and it's again gonna be taking you this wizard, which is again a 7 steps here. Okay, and we need to provide some information in these 7 steps. All right, and 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 we need to go and give the name. I'm gonna call this one as a my web load balancer. Okay, I'm just giving a name here. That's a my web load balancer. So my load balancer is actually going to work on port number 80, and that is very, very nice. I'll go and continue to use that on the port number 80. So nothing else need to be changed or entered here. We are good to create this load balancer with this name. And then I'm gonna go and hit the next button where we need to assign a firewall rule. Okay, we need to go and provide the firewall rules here. All right, let's go and click on, say, we want to go and assign the firewall rules here. It's gonna go and show me that what all the different firewalls I do have here in my account, and I'm gonna be going and using the one which we have created yesterday. So NSEIT firewall is something we created, and I know we have opened up a port number 80 in that. Okay, we created a port number 80, we opened that port over there, and we are good to consume that, we are good to use that. Okay, that's perfect, that is fine. After selecting the firewall, we can go and then move to the next step here. Okay, so if you want to move on to the next step, so you need to make sure that you have selected a firewall here. Okay, and in the previous step, make sure you have given a name for the server. Okay, so Surabhi, where are you? Are you on the step number 1 or you are here on the step number 2? Oh, step number 1. Okay, so you also need to confirm that you are actually giving a right name here. So you cannot use the spaces here. So try to give a short name. Try to give a say my LB in a or lower cases. That's it, and see if it allows you. Okay, very nice. So now let's go on to the second step here, and then let's go and select the firewall we need. Okay, yep, that's fine. So spaces are not permitted. Okay, and as soon as you select the firewall and make the selection next, it says, do you want to create a secure website here? Do you want to use this SSL certificate instead of using a HTTP? Do you have a requirement to use a HTTPS? Okay, using a secure certificate here. Right now we don't have any kind of a secure certificate, and we cannot make this portal a secure one. So we will continue to use the HTTP, right? We will not go and consume the HTTPS. Okay, so this is fine. We'll go and use the HTTP here. Simply go and click on, say, next, and this is where we are going to be configuring that how load balancer is going to check the health of the servers. We say you need to check index file on port 80. So you remember we created this index file on both the servers. Now we are going to go and ask the load balancer to verify if the file exists and is available on port 80 or not. So that is what the health check we are going to do. Okay, there's a health check we are going to go and do. All right. And how frequent we need to do the health check. Okay, that is the next thing which we need to define, that how frequent we need to perform the health check. So we are saying that we want to do the health check every 30 seconds. And I'm going to go and change that. I'm going to say no. 30 seconds is a very long period. I actually want to do a health check every 10 seconds, which means my load balancer is going to be going to server every it's going to go to the server every 10 seconds, and it's going to go and check it out if it is having the index file on port 80 or not. Okay, it's going to go and perform that check. All right. Okay. So then it is actually going to be performing a check twice. So I'm going to change that twice. I don't want it to be done 10 times. So how exactly it's gonna work is, let's say this is a this is my EC2 server. Okay, this is my EC2 server. So load balancer is gonna go and do a check every 10 second. It's gonna go to the load balancer and say, hey, are you healthy? Do you have this index file available? And the load balancer is gonna respond back, say, yes, the file is available. Okay, the file is available. It's gonna respond, say yes. Or it might be possible that server is busy, server is down, server is not available. There may be a network problem. Okay, so there is no response from the server. So we are gonna wait for 5 seconds before we declare that we do not have any response. We will give 5 seconds for the server to respond. If we don't see any answer coming in the 5 second, we will assume that there is no answer here. Okay, so I have a no here. So if I'm getting a single no, I just don't want to declare the server unhealthy. I just want to call that, okay, I don't see response. That means the server is dead or server is not available. I cannot use the server. I don't want to do that. I actually want to perform or wait for a couple of more times. So which means I'm gonna go again after 10 seconds. I'll say, are you good? And if I still don't have answer, that means I get a negative answer twice in a row. So that is why we are saying unhealthy server when we have a response twice as a negative one. And if we have a positive response twice, okay, if I'm gonna get a positive response twice, I will declare server as healthy. But the response should be consecutive. Okay, the response should be in a row and it should be multiple times. Okay, so does this make sense? Is it okay? So does this how frequent we will check the health, is it going to impact the cost? No, it is not going to impact the cost. Okay, so it does not impact the cost, because all these checks are going to be internal. Okay, all this traffic, all these checks are going to be internal. Okay, so Kajan is saying, what if we have a yes and no? Is it going to check for the third time? It will continue to check. Okay, it is gonna check all the time every 10 seconds. Does not matter what the answer we get. It may be yes, it may be no. It may be yes all the time, maybe 10 times we have yes, or maybe 100 times we have yes. This check will continue to happen. This check is never gonna stop because if the server is healthy, it may go unhealthy at any point of time, isn't it? It may get down anytime. And if the server is down, it may come up at any point of time. So this health check will continue to happen at the back end. Okay, it's continuously happening. All right, so I think let's do this exercise and this will make more sense. Okay, we will try to develop some kind of a fault here and we'll see how it reacts, how it overcomes that. So here, what we are doing is I'm actually making two changes here on the screen. Okay, on the screen I have made two changes. One, I changed the interval here. I changed this 30 to only 10. I don't want to wait for a very long time for doing this exercise, right? Otherwise, I have to wait for at least, uh, 30 second, two times means 1 minute. But in this case, I need to just wait for 10 second, two times means just 20 seconds. It's gonna be very quick. Okay, that is why I'm having some kind of an aggressive health check settings here. And the second change which I have done here is in the healthy threshold. I changed that one to 2 from from 10. So I'm not using 10. I'm actually using 2 here. Okay. So is that fine? Does this make sense to you? Any question, anyone? All right. And then I'm gonna go and move on to the next step where we can go and add the EC2 instances with this load balancer. We can go and attach the servers which we have with this load balancer. Right now it shows that I do have a web 2 and I have a server 1, and I'm gonna go and make both of them part of this load balancer. Okay, I'm gonna be going and making both of them part of this load balancer. So after selecting both these servers, just simply say next and create, and it will start building the load balancer. Okay, so next and create. It's gonna come back very quick and say, okay, I'm creating the load balancer for you. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna go and check that how it is working. Okay. All right, let's close this one. And I do see that the load balancer is here. And what I'm going to be doing is I'm actually going to be going and checking that how my instances are showing up here. Okay, I'm going to come here on the screen and then going to go and click on the instances tab. And okay, you will find it's going to show you the status. It may be out of service or it may show you that they are in service. Okay, we need not to give anything in the tag, just simply say next and done. That's it. Okay, nothing is required. All right. Okay. All right. So is it showing in service for you? Is that is that fine? Okay. So initially it is gonna show you out of service. All right. So when you start this load balancer, your servers may show as out of service, but very soon it is gonna change and it is gonna show you that it is in service now. Okay, it's gonna change very soon. Okay. All right. So if it is in service, what we need to do is we actually need to go and start using this load balancer now. And how to use this load balancer? We actually need to go into the first tab here called description, and that is where the DNS name is given for this load balancer. Okay, you will be able to find that we do have a load balancer name given here. And we need to do what we need to do. We actually need to copy this DNS name. Okay, we actually need to go and copy this DNS name and then put that in the browser. Okay, let's add that in the browser here. And there we go. You will find your load balancer is actually sending your incoming traffic to one of the server, which means you need not to worry about that, how your server look like. Your load balancer is automatically going to be going and sending your request to one of the healthy server. Okay, it's going to be going and forwarding your request to one of the healthy server here. All right, so is this okay? Is it working for you? Is the load balancer working for you? All right, now let's do one thing. We are going to go and refresh this page a couple of times. Okay, we are going to be trying to refresh it a couple of times. I'm going to say refresh, refresh, and you will find when you are actually going to be going and sending another request. Okay, when you're sending another request, your other request is being served by second server. And if you try to refresh it one more time, it again goes to the server one. So it means your requests are being served by both these servers. So your first request goes to the first server, and then second request goes to the second server, and then it gets distributed in a round robin fashion. Okay, when you send the first request, it goes to the first server, your second request goes to the second server, your third request again go back to the first server, and your fourth request comes here to the second server. So it's doing a round robin and it is distributing all the incoming traffic. So does this make sense? Is it working like this? Are you able to see that magic? All right, that is very, very nice. Okay, that is very, very nice. Okay, let's go and quickly check for how many of you it's working. Okay, so we're gonna go and add this exercise as well. I'm gonna say load balancer here. All right. Okay, so she's having a question that, does load balancers get overloaded? Or is it possible that load balancer can go down? Okay, no, Shri. So load balancer is highly available and highly scalable. Okay, so Amazon is actually taking care of this load balancer. So this is a software load balancer, and Amazon is having a multiple hardware load balancers underneath it. Okay, so how exactly this is a setup in the AWS world is, so Amazon is actually having a multiple load balancers running in all these zones. Okay, Amazon is having a lot many. different load balancers already running over there for you. Okay, so let's say we have a this is a load balancer for us, and Amazon is going to be having a multiple load balancers there. Okay, and they are going to be actually spread across multiple zones. Okay, so these are actually physical load balancers which are there in these data centers. Okay, and Amazon is actually creating this particular virtual load balancer for us. Okay, so underneath, Amazon is actually running these multiple devices. Okay, which we are not able to see. We are able to see only a software setting at this level. Underneath, Amazon is actually maintaining all these multiple load balancers so that you always have this load balancer service up and running for you, so that you don't have to bother about that how Amazon is maintaining, managing these services for you. That is why cloud is going to be helpful, because lot many things are actually being taken care by the cloud vendor, and we need not to worry about those. Okay, all these things are actually being taken care by the vendor. So does it make sense? So Amazon is actually creating a virtualization for us, okay, out of uh, out of these physical load balancers. So we are not able to see them, that in which zone they are, how they are configured, where they are. We are able to just see that we have a load balancer created for us, and it is actually outside the irrespective of independent of the zones. Okay, that's how it is working. All right, very nice. And looks like all of you are done here. Okay, and Nilesh is going to be completing that once he is having the access to the account. All right, that's perfect. That is very nice. Now, let's try to simulate some failure. Okay, let's try to create some problem for the servers. We can open any of the server. Okay, right now I think this is server 2. Okay, right now this is server 2 which is open here for me. So what I will do, I will try to change the name of this index file. I'm just gonna go and rename this one. What I'm trying to do here is I'm actually trying to create some fault so that my load balancer is not able to find this file, and my load balancer is gonna be declaring this server as faulty, and it is gonna be called as out of service. Okay, it's gonna be labeled as out of service. And load balancer is not going to send any kind of a request to it. Okay, it's not going to send any type of request to it. It's going to be isolating the traffic from this server. So I'm simply going to go and add a 0 in front of it. Okay, I will call this file as a 0 index, but my load balancer is interested in finding a file that is index.html, not 0 index. So as soon as I make the change, I'll be able to see the instance status is going to be changing to out of service. Very soon, the instance health is going to be reported as faulty. Okay, all right. So let me refresh it one more time. I'm gonna go and use the refresh button here, and there we go. I do have one of the server actually showing up here as out of service. Okay, I do have this showing as out of service. So is it showing the same for you? Is it good for you? All right, so is it showing out of service for you? Is it showing as a not in service? All right. So now if you're going to be going and trying to use this load balancer, okay, if you're going to be going and trying to make this load balancer work, so you will see it is actually not going to send any of your requests to, it is not going to send any kind of request to the second server. All your requests are always going to the first server. Okay. All your requests are actually hitting the first server. Is this okay? Does this make sense to you? Is it is it fine? All right. Means I actually need not to go and and take care of the servers. My load balancer is there, and load balancer is always going to ensure that my requests are being catered by, my requests are being fulfilled by a healthy server. Okay, it's always being fulfilled. It's always being catered by it. All right, and my end users will never come to know that. Okay, so if there was any problem with these servers or if there was some issue, they'll always assume that that we have everything fine, everything okay, and their requests are being catered by the healthy server. Let's go and change the file name again, and let's go try to fix the problem. And as soon as you fix the problem, uh, the load balancer is going to be performing the check. Okay, the load balancer is going to be performing the check, and and the servers comes back healthy to the life. Okay, let's go and change that. And I do have an index.file file available now, and it's gonna go and show up this as in service. Okay, it's gonna go and show this as in service. All right, it was quick. So I actually want that check to happen very quick. That is why I have reduced the frequency. Otherwise, I need to wait it for a very longer period of time, right? So I will not be able to complete the lab quickly. Is it healthy for you? And are you able to send the traffic to both the servers? Let's go and try refreshing the load balancer here. Okay, very nice. So I hope you enjoyed this exercise. If was it worth it? Is it good for your understanding? Any questions, anyone? Okay, all right. Okay, so we are gonna go and take our very first break here. Okay, we are gonna go and take a very first break here. And once we come back from the break, we are actually gonna be going and uh, trying to expand this information. Okay, so how we are gonna be expanding this is uh, we are actually gonna be going and trying to create a one more server here on the fly when we have the load balancer working and when we have these multiple servers being part of the different zones. We are actually now going to be going and trying to create a Linux machine, and we are going to be going and trying to create this Linux machine part of this load balancer. Okay, we'll create a third server, web3, but this server is going to be Linux, and we'll try to create that in a different zone here. We'll say that is going to be in a zone, let's say A. Okay, we're going to go and create that in a different one, and then we'll go and make this part of this load balancer on the fly. That is what we are gonna go and do next. Okay, that's what we're gonna go and try to do next. But before that, okay, let's go for the break here. Okay. Let's go for the break here. So let me bring in the clock, and we are gonna go and use this. Oh, looks like there is some difference format here this time. Okay. 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 We are gonna use a 20 minutes break here. Okay. All right, folks. Let's have a break for 20 minutes. We'll talk to you in 20 minutes then. All right, folks, time is up, and I have taken us some extra time here. Sorry about that. Actually, got a visitor at home and had to entertain him. So sorry about that. Okay, so I think that is one of the flip side of working from home that you never know who's gonna pop up at any time. So not aware of that. We are busy. Okay, so please let me know if you are back and we can resume. Okay, any question here so far before we begin? Anything on your mind? Okay, so Nilesh, were you able to create your account and is it working for you? Are you good with that? Okay, all right, yet to hear from Nilesh here. Okay, and in the meantime, I have one question here from Surbhi. So Surbhi is saying that each time we launch a new instance, so are we supposed to connect to it using the remote desktop? Yes, that is correct, Surbhi. So every time we try to connect to any of the remote machine, we actually have to use a remote desktop connection for that. Okay, any other question, anyone? So Nilesh, are you back? So do you have access to your account now? Is it working for you? Okay, very nice. That's good to know that. Okay, and were you able to complete any of your exercise in the meantime? Oh, okay, if you have got any time. All right. So once you're done, you can do that later as well, and just update once you are done with those. Okay. Okay. All right, very nice. So in the next step, we are gonna go and create a third web server, and we are gonna go and create the Linux this time. Okay, so that's gonna be different here. Okay, it's gonna be different here. All right. So how we're gonna connect to it? Let's see how we're gonna connect to the Linux machine. Let's go and first create a Linux machine here. So I'm gonna take you back to the EC2 dashboard here. Okay, I'm gonna go and take you here to the EC2 dashboard. And I'm gonna go and click on the instances, and that is where I'm gonna go and launch the instance here. I'm gonna go and click on say launch the instance. And I'm gonna go and choose Linux this time. And we do have a Linux mentioned on the top here. Okay, we do have a Linux listed here on the top. I'm gonna go and make a selection saying would like to go and use the Linux here. For the instance, we can actually go and choose that T2 micro is fine here. Okay, we are good to use the T2 micro. So I'm gonna go and make a selection for the T2 micro here. All right, on this screen, we actually need to go and choose a different zone where we want to keep our servers. I know that I have not used zone A so far. Okay, I have actually not made use of zone A so far. So I'm gonna be going and selecting A now. Okay, gonna be going and choosing A here. All right. Okay. So once I selected the zone A, I will go ahead and use the default storage. Linux does not have a feature-rich UI. Okay, it's not a feature-rich UI. So what we are gonna do, we are actually gonna continue to use the 8 gig default storage. Okay, we don't need a huge storage here, so that is absolutely fine here. Okay, that's gonna be perfectly fine here. Okay, all right. So let's go ahead and move to the next. And here I'm gonna give it a name here. I'm gonna go and call this one as a Linux server. Okay, I'm gonna go and say it's okay. Should be capital N and it's a Linux Web 3 for me. Okay, it's a Linux Web 3 for me. All right. Okay, so looks good. Okay, this looks good. And then I'm gonna go and use the security group, and I'm gonna go and use the same security group which we have created earlier. And the reason I am using this security group is that I do have a port number 22 already added here. And when we have to connect to Linux box, we actually have to go and use an SSH client. An SSH client works on port number 22. As we are using a RDP client for Windows servers, okay? For the Windows servers, we are using the RDP client. The same way, we actually have to go and make use of an Linux client, SSH client here. Okay, that's what we are gonna do. So let's use that. Let's do that. I'm gonna say I'm okay using this NSCIT firewall here. So port 22 is fine. I'm gonna go and review and launch, and then finally gonna go and hit and launch. The best part is we can actually use the same key which we have used for Windows for Linux as well, which means keys can be used for multiple EC2 instances, and keys can be used across operating systems. Okay, so we can actually go and use the same key for multiple EC2 instances, and we can go and use that for multiple operating systems as well. Okay, does not matter it's Windows or Linux. So we actually using the very first AMI, the Linux AMI. Okay, if you if you go here onto the console, so we have selected the very first AMI Linux 2. Okay, let me try showing you one more time. Okay, so this is the AMI which I have chosen. Okay, and then the other change which I have done is I have made a change to the zone just to ensure that this sits in a different data center, this sits in a different zone. Okay, that's just another change which I have made here. And then the third change which I made is I have I have used the firewall, okay, which we have created earlier, and need to ensure that our firewall is having a port number 22 in it. All right. Okay. So which zone? I have actually used the zone A. Okay. I have made use of a zone A, and I'm gonna go and hit say I want to launch an instance here now. All right, let's go and view the instances. And now you will be able to see that we do have a 3 instances showing up now. Okay, we'll be having a three instances here on the list. Yep, that is correct, Mohammed. We are gonna go and use the existing key pair. Okay, that's perfect.
All right. So for me, it is actually showing the server is up and running. Okay. Is it running for you? All right. So yes, it is running for you as well. Very, very nice. Now, the next step, how we need to connect to this machine which we have created. Okay. How we are going to be going and trying to consume this Linux machine. Okay. How we're going to be making use of it. So we are actually going to use SSH client here. And the SSH client which we are going to be going and trying to use is MobaX term. Okay, so this is actually a tool which will help us connect to Linux machine. We have some other tools as well. So one of the another popular tool we have is called Putty. Okay, you might have heard about a tool called Putty. So Putty is another popular tool which can be used. So in short, you can actually make use of any of the SSH client. Okay, any of the SSH client can be used. So I'm going to be going and recommending MobaX term here. Okay, the reason I'm recommending MobaX term is uh, it's actually very easy to use and it has got a lot many powerful features in it. Okay, so if I click on the download, it's going to give you two different options here. Okay, there are two different choices you can select here. So you can actually choose, say, uh, you need a portable edition or you need a binary which need installation. I recommend use the portable one, okay, because there's no installation required in that, and that's gonna be easy to do, right? You don't need any kind of permissions to install any software on your on your laptop, okay? So that's gonna be helpful. Okay, so once you download this package, you can directly execute that one. You can directly run this executable. And once you download and run this one, okay, let me actually share this link with you. And I'm going to add that in the resources sheet as well. Okay, so let me add to the resources sheet as well. All right. All right. And once you download and use it, this is how the MobaX term screen look like. Okay. You may not have multiple sessions, which I already have. Let me clear that for you so that it's going to be pretty much same. Uh, it's going to be pretty much the same. So are you able to get the MobaX term? Is it working for you? You're good with this? All right. So if you're good, then we are gonna be showing you how to use it. Okay. 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 Let me know when you're ready so that I can show you how to proceed with it. Let's track it here. So I'm gonna move once all of us are ready here. Okay. All right. All right. Looks like most of us are ready here. So I'm just waiting for Surbi. Surbi, you're good. Okay, you downloaded that. Yep, that's right. How about you, Kajal? You need any help or you're good? Okay, there we go. So thank you so much, Kajal. And let's move forward. Once you run the Mobax term, this is how it look like. Okay, that's how it's gonna look like. And what we are gonna do, we are gonna go and click on say, I would like to start a new session here. Okay, would like to start a new session. Once you click on new session, it's gonna go and ask you more information. Okay, you can actually use Mobax term for the RDP connections as well. It will help you connect to the Windows machine as well. If you do not want to use the remote desktop connection, RDC, you can actually use Mobax term as well to connect the Windows server via RDP. So uh, we we are gonna go and use the SSH option here, the very first option. Okay. All right. So Kajal, I believe you have chosen Home Edition, the free edition. Okay, not a professional one. Okay, so it should not ask you to purchase that. Should work for you. So as soon as you click on the SSH, it's gonna be asking you more details. Okay, it's gonna be asking you what the remote host IP address is. Okay, what the IP address you're gonna go and use. Okay, so we're gonna go and click on the advanced SSH settings, and then we are gonna make use of the private key. Okay, we're gonna go and make use of the private key. And this is the same key which we have assigned to the server while building it. Okay, it's the same key which we have created for the Windows server, which means I'm going to be going and making use of the same key which we have already created and use that for Windows. Same is going to work on Linux as well. Okay, so let's try using that one. So I'm going to click on this browse button, and then I'm going to go and locate that the key which I want to use is NSE IT key, and that is something I'm going to be using here. So here in the remote host, I'm gonna feed in the IP address which I would like to use. And this is a public IP for my Linux server. And I can actually get this public IP for my Linux server right here from the dashboard. So I'm gonna go and select the Linux box. And it has a public IP which I need to make use of. So I'm gonna go and click on the copy button here. So as soon as I'm gonna go and click on the IP copy, I'm going to go and click on the copy command here. And then I'm going to make use of this IP on the MobiX terminal. Okay, this is where I'm going to feed that in. So that is where we have the remote host mentioned. Is this okay? Yeah, we have to use the key which we have downloaded, right? So that is actually the private key. So are you able to fill all this information? Any questions you have on the screen? Is everyone okay here? So the next thing is which we need to do, we actually need to go and hit the OK button here. That's it. Okay, we just need to go and click on this OK button. So if you don't have a question, I'm gonna go and click on the OK. So private key is going to be located in the download folders, right? We have created that key yesterday, and you have downloaded that key yesterday, right? So that is the place where you're gonna be using it. Okay, so I clicked on copy button, which is there in the dashboard for the IP. You can actually get the IP here. Okay, this is the place where the IP is available. So the copy button here. All right. You can actually take a screenshot of what I'm sharing so that you can keep this for your reference. The next time you need to connect, you know that what all the options you need to select, okay, where you need to collect what information you need to provide. All right, very, very nice. Let's go and hit the OK button. As soon as you hit the OK button, it is gonna go and try to connect to your machine. Okay, it's gonna go and try to connect to that EC2 machine. And it's gonna be actually asking for that what your username is. It says login as, give me the username. And the username which we need to use here is EC2 user. Okay, EC2 hyphen user is a user which is already created here. So we need to use a username EC2 hyphen user. So as Windows is having a username called administrator, so we actually need to go and use EC2 hyphen user for this particular server. Okay, for this particular server. Okay. All right. So after you enter this username, you just need to enter. Okay, you just need to hit the enter key, and it is not going to ask you any password. The key which we have provided is actually the password. Okay, I need not to give any kind of a password here. The key which we have configured, which we have supplied, is actually a password for us. Okay, and we are going to go and make use of it. So there's no password asked to me, and I'm going to be going and able to use it. So I'm gonna just clear the screen, and I'm gonna go and say working here. Okay, it shows that I'm working here. And if I need to use the administrator account, I simply need to go and run a command called sudo su, and then I will become a super user. I will become a root here. Okay. In Windows, we have an administrator. In Unix, we have root. So I got the root account here. I got switched in here. Okay. So Kajal, you don't have to open the key. You just need to browse and locate that key. Okay. We need not to open that key. You just need to provide the path where the key is. Browse it and locate that. All right. So we have logged on to this box now. Okay. We are connected here. And as a next step, I'm actually going to be going and trying to install Apache web server here. Okay. So have you heard about the Apache web server? Anyone heard about the Apache web server? Okay. All right. So Kajal, have you taken the screenshot which I was sharing earlier, where I have pointed that where you need to browse the key, because that screen is gone now. Okay. Or let me try if I can start a one more session here. So when you say I want to start a session, so on this screen, when you say SSH, and then you need to go to the advanced settings here. So within the advanced settings, that is where you need to select use private key, and this is the browse button which you need to use. Okay. We need to use the IP address here, and then we need to select the advanced SSH settings. All right, just fill this information and you should be able to connect to it. Okay, now I need to go and install Apache server here. Okay, yes, we need to add the Linux IP address, the public IP address for the machine. So here I'm gonna go and use a command called yum install httpd. This is the package name, and I'm gonna give yes as the answer that I wish to install, because as soon as I'm gonna be trying to install it, it's gonna ask me a question that are you sure you want to install? So I'm providing the answer in advance. I'm saying yes, go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna go and make use of this command here. So what I have done here so far is um, I have logged onto the Linux box. I have used Ec2-user. Okay, that's what I have made use of it. And then I have become a super user. And then I have used a command called sudo su. And now I'm going to be trying to install Apache web server. And I'm going to be trying to use a command called yum install httpny. Okay. Next, I'm going to be starting the service. And making that service on so that we are able to connect to it, we are able to log into it. Okay, so next is we need to go and start the service, and also need to make sure that we are actually making this on. So the username which we need to log in, Kajal, is ec2-user. Okay, I have actually added that here in the resources sheet. Okay, you can make use of this information which is available here. Let me put that here in the chat for your easy reference. So let's go and try to run these commands. I'm going to go and install the Apache web server first. And it's going to be very, very quick to do the installation. And here we are. We do have the installation done. We do have the installation complete. Okay. And then I'm going to start the service. Okay. Once the service is start, okay, once the service starts, I'm gonna make the service permanently on. All right, and we are all good. Okay, we are all good here. So we're gonna go and test it out. Okay, we are actually gonna be going and testing it out that how I'm gonna be testing it if the server is working well or not. Okay, I'm gonna be testing it out here. All right, so how I'm gonna be testing it out? It's the same way. I'm gonna take the public IP and I'm gonna paste the public IP here. Okay, and you will find it is actually gonna be going you a test page for Apache web server. Okay, it's gonna show you the test page here. So is it working for you? Is it good for you? All right, very nice. Now we have again the default page. You remember we also got the blue page when we install the IS server, right? And then we actually customize that server, that page. We don't want to see this default page, right? We want to change that and show our own message over there. We want to list our own message over there. So let's do that. Okay, let's go and try to change that. Okay, so we are gonna go and we will go back to the Linux box and we are gonna go and try to run some command to create our own index file here. Okay, we'll go and try to create that index file here. So I'm actually gonna be going and using one command here and gonna be sharing that command with you as well. Okay, I'm gonna say echo and I'm gonna say my Linux web server. Okay, server 3. And then I'm going to be redirecting this text to a file called var www html. Okay, and then I'm gonna call index.html. Okay, so let me test this out. If it is working, then I'm gonna go and share this command with you. Okay, it created that index.html file for me real quick, and I'm gonna be going and verifying if it is working. Okay. Oh yeah, it is working. Okay, I can actually change the size of or font size here. So let me make a small change here. I can actually go and add a heading here. I say it's gonna be heading 1. Okay, heading 1, and then gonna be closing this heading 1. Okay, let's hit enter, and it's gonna be recreating that file, updating that file, and yeah, it looks much better. I can actually go and share this this command with you. Okay. All right, I've shared that command with you. I'm also gonna go and share that in the sheet. Okay. Yes, you do have the rights to paste the command. Okay. How to paste? There are two ways. You can do a right click, or you can use a shift and insert. Okay. Okay. No, at the login screen, you just need to enter the username and hit enter, Kajal. If you're trying to log into your Linux machine, you just need to enter the username, that is ec2-user. Just type this username, okay, this much only, and then hit the enter key. Okay, nothing else required for you. All right, so let me know if you have the third server working for you. Okay, so where to test the server? You need to take a public IP and put the public IP in the browser, and it should open the page. Okay, the same way we tested the Windows. Okay, in the same way we have to test the Linux as well. All right, so let me see how you're doing. Okay, let me check this out here. So do we have a Linux web server ready for? Okay, is that done for you? Okay. All right. All right. It's done for many of you. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. So Mohammed, which command you are trying to paste, which is not working for you? Where are you? Okay. All right. So I think Kajal and Mohammed, both of you are pending. So let me know if you need help. I can send you rights to share your screen, and we'll help you with that. Okay. All right. Kajal needs help here. So let's go to Kajal first. Okay. All right. Okay. I just sent you the rights, Kajal. Uh, let's see if it is on the right screen for you. You need on this particular session, or you need on the different screen, because I see you have two screens running. Okay, different screen. All right. Okay, let me send you the rights again. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. How about now? All right. Great. We do see that. Okay. All right. Yep, you're good. You have logged in here. Okay. That is very, very nice. So just type a first command here. Just type clear, say CLEAR, and you are clear with the screen. Very nice. Next command which we need to run here is a sudo su. Just type sudo sudo and space and su, and that is very, very nice. Hit enter, and you are super user now. Okay, you are root now. So let's try installing Apache. Let's go back to the sheet which you have at the backend. So let's copy the command yum install. Okay, all right. Yeah, copy the content. Go back here. Say shift and insert. Okay, so which means you are actually not copying the content in the right way. Okay, try to copy this in a notepad first. Okay, just say Control C here. Okay, just say Control C. All right, hit enter. Yep, that's fine. That is perfect. We are gonna go and open a notepad here. Okay, let's try to open a notepad from your Windows system. Okay. All right, that is good. So I want you to copy all the next three commands here, which are there in the sheet. Okay, I want you to copy all these four commands. Yeah, copy all of them here in the notepad. Just copy all of them. Copy all four here. Yeah, in one shot, copy all of them. Yeah. So Control C and do a Control V over there. All right, perfect. Now copy the first command here, yum install. Yep. Copy this one, say Control C. Okay. Let's go back and say Shift insert. Perfect. Hit enter. All right, you're good. Very nice. Do the same for all three commands. Okay. No, you are selecting extra characters. Just select till on. Yep. Yep, say okay. Okay, that's fine. Let's run the last command here. All right. So you are all good. Now let's pick up the public IP address of the server and let's test this out if it is working. Okay. Let's copy and use it there. Okay. Okay. Yeah, come back here, select the background screen. Yep. All right, Linux is already selected. Yep, pick up the public IP. Yep, that is correct. You need to select this. Yep, that's fine. And put that in the browser window. Okay, open a new tab. Okay. All right, hit enter. And you are good. Okay, you're good. Okay, anything else here, Kajal? You look good here. All right, and now we are left with Mohammed. So Mohammed, how you are doing? You good? You need help? Okay. All right, yeah, you're welcome, Kajal. No worries. So let me check with Mohammed. Okay, Mohammed, you need help, all right? So I'm just sending the rights for you to share your screen. Okay. All right. So where are you stuck? Looks like you followed all the instructions here. Very nice. Let's go and test this out. Okay, this looks good. Yep, you're good. You are perfect here. So let's go and pick up the public IP and test this out. Let's go to the background screen. Yeah. And let's pick the public IP address which is there on the top left hand side copy button. Yeah, choose a copy button and let's go and open a new tab and let's paste it and hit enter. Okay. Ah, okay. So do you have Chrome? Can you try this IP in Chrome? Uh, okay. Yeah, hit enter. Okay, so you are not able to see this page. So what we need to do, we actually need to check your firewall settings. Okay, so I think this is a good troubleshooting exercise. So if you see your page is not running, if it is not working, so what we need to do, the first thing we need to go and check it out is if the firewall which we are using is correct or not. Okay, so let's go and check the firewall which we are using for this server. So can you come down in the security tab? Okay. Now here on the main page, yep, security tab. And okay, you come down and you are using this rule. Okay, that's fine. So where is the port 80 here? Why you don't have port 80 in the inbound rule? Okay, you don't have the web port open. The reason the web traffic is not allowed. Okay, this is the reason it is not allowing the traffic here. Let's go and edit that. So let's click on the security group here. Yeah, click on this blue text. Yep. And then we are gonna go to inbound rules and click on edit inbound rules. You know, your firewall is stopping the traffic on that port. We don't have that port open. So yep, that is good. And in the custom, just select anywhere. No, not yet. Yep, anywhere. That is right. Now go and save it. Okay, you look good. Let's go and try accessing the page again. Let's go to Chrome and see if the IP works this time. Okay, all right. All right, you are good. Okay, you're good. So very nice. I think we got a chance to do the troubleshooting while working for Kajal and Muhammad, right? We learn how to troubleshoot if things are not working, where to check and how to fix, right? Okay, anything else, Muhammad? Okay, anything else you have? All right, so I think we are good to move forward. Let's go and move forward here. Okay, so let me go ahead and share my screen. And next, what we are going to be doing is we are going to be going and trying to add this server in the load balancer. Okay, we're going to be going and trying to add it there. So let me share my screen. Okay. Okay, so I'm back. I think we can mark that done for Kajal and Mohammed. So that is very nice. So everyone is able to do this exercise. So that is good. Okay, so now our job is to go and add this server to the load balancer as well. What I'm going to be doing is I'm actually going to be taking you here on the left hand side and again going to be selecting for the load balancer which we have. So it is going to show us that, okay, we do have this load balancer running. Okay, all right, and here I'm gonna check that what all instances I have here, right? So currently it is showing that I have two servers, both are Windows which are configured and both of them are in service here. Okay, both are here and both are in service here. So we are gonna go and edit the number of instances. Okay, we are gonna go and edit the instances here. So while editing the instances, we need to go and select the third server as well. Okay, we need to select the third server as well. And then we are gonna go and save it. Okay, we are gonna go and save it. And right now, as soon as we add the Linux server, it is gonna show up as it is out of service, which is obvious, which is fine, right? That is something we expect because it need to go through the health check, right? The health check need to be performed. That is perfectly fine. That is perfectly okay. So we're gonna give it some time and then it will start working. All right, I think I have given enough time for my server to perform the health check, to go through the health check. And let's go and refresh it. And there we go. It is in service. And then what I need to do, I need to go and check it out whether it is actually showing up as a part of the load balancer or not. So this is the link of the load balancer which I created earlier. And if I go and try refreshing it, I'll see now third server is also going to show up here. There we go. Now it is sending traffic to all three servers. Okay, you are able to send the traffic to all three servers here. Is that fine? Is that okay? So is this working for you? Very, very nice. Okay, that is great and that is very, very nice. Okay, so that concludes the scalability part here. Okay, so that's conclude the how we can actually add multiple servers and make sure that we do have the environment which is going to be available all the time. Okay, so by adding multiple servers, the availability is going to be highly available here. Okay, so multiple servers are going to be ensuring that the service is going to be available all the time for us. Okay, so this kind of a setup is actually known as a highly available environment. Okay, this is something we have configured as a high availability. Okay, something we have configured as a high availability. So which means if one server goes down or two servers goes down or two zones goes down, I'm still okay. My services will not be impacted. Okay, my service is not gonna go down. It will not be impacted. So what we're gonna do next is we are actually gonna go and remove all the stuff which we have created. Okay, and the next which we are gonna go and talk a little bit more about the uh, storage. Okay, we're gonna go and talk a little bit more on the storage side. So what we are gonna do here is uh, we are gonna go and delete most of our servers, and we're gonna go and leave only one server running. I'm gonna go and request you to come to the instances, and I want you to go and delete the web2 and the web3 servers. Let's delete one of the Windows and one of the Linux server. I just need a one server now. I don't need so many servers to be running. Okay, we can actually go and delete them. I'm gonna go to the instance state and say terminate these servers, which means I'm gonna let these servers go away. Okay, I'm gonna go and remove these servers. These servers are gonna go away. And I'm also gonna go and delete the load balancer. So I'm gonna go and come here on the left hand side and gonna locate the load balancer. And I'm gonna go and say I don't need this load balancer, and I'm gonna delete that. And as soon as you delete, as soon as you remove, there is no cost you need to pay. Okay, there are no charges you need to pay. We only need to pay the services we are using. We only need to pay for the charges for the services we are using. Okay, when we are not using them, we don't have to pay. All right, so load balancer is gone, and I'm sure my two servers are also terminated. This looks good. Okay, this looks nice. Is this good for you? All right. Now, I'm actually gonna go and share more information on on the storage part. Okay. So yesterday, what we have done, we have actually added a two disk here with this particular storage, right? We added a two storage devices with it. We added a two volume to it. So if I go and click on here, I will be able to see that I still have two volumes here. Okay, I'm still having these two volumes here. And there's a one more volume for the Web2 server which is not in use. I'm not using that right now. What I can do, I can actually go and select this one and I'm going to say I don't require, and I'm going to delete that extra volume which is available. So we deleted the server, but we have selected that we don't want to delete the volume. The reason it is still showing up here. So I'm going to go and delete that here, and you will find I'm only left with the two volumes here. Okay, so you will find that I'm only left with the two volumes here. I deleted the extra one which was there. I'm gonna go and log into this machine. Let's go and try connecting to this server. So I'm gonna get the public IP of this server, and I'm gonna go and use the remote desktop connection to connect to it. So here is the remote desktop connection, and I'm gonna be trying to connect to it. I don't need to decrypt the password because I already changed the password for this server. I'm gonna say the username and the password which I already know. Let's go and hit enter. And we are good. Okay, we are good here. So here I'm gonna be going and checking that how many disks I do have here attached with my server. So to check that out, I'm actually gonna be depending upon the disk management tool. And that is something we have seen is available under the admin tool and the computer management. I'm gonna be going and trying to make use of it over there. So if I go and check the disk management, it shows that I do have a two disk here. I do have a 30 gig and I do have a 2 gig as well. And this is the disk which we have created at the time the server was built. Okay, we have added this 2 gig disk when we actually created this server. Now I'm going to be showing you how we can go and add another disk on the fly. Okay, how I'll be go and add one more disk if required when the server is up and running. The disk which I'm going to be trying to use is again a block storage. And to add that disk, I'm going to take you back here to the console. And on the left hand side, I'm going to go and select an option here called volumes. Right now, it is showing that I already have two volumes here. We have a 30 gig, we have a 2 gig, and both are in use. The important thing here to remember is that both the volumes are here in zone C. Okay, both of them are here in zone C. So what I'm gonna be doing is I'm actually gonna be verifying that where my server is, and you'll be you'll be observing that this particular server is also running in the zone C, which means the disk and the volume also need to be in the same data center where your server is. Okay, so yeah, these volumes are also need to be in the same availability zone where you have your EC2 server running. If I go and check it out the instance here, so you will see the server is also running in zone C. If I have to add one more disk here, if I have to go and configure a one more disk here, I actually need to go and configure that disk in the same zone. Okay, I need to go and configure that in the same zone. I'm here again on the volume dashboard, and that is where I'm going to be going and using an option here that create volume. Okay, that is where I'm going to be going and using this option, say create the volume. So let's go and click on say create the volume. And the size of the volume, we need to choose just 5 gig. Okay, we don't need a huge size. We just need it for the testing purpose. So 5 gig is more than enough for me. All right. So I'm gonna go and make use of that. I need to use the 5 gig here. Okay. So Now, the very important thing which we need to keep in mind on this screen is we actually need to go and select the right availability zone where we are going to be using this particular volume. Okay. All right. So I know that my server is there in C. So I'm going to go and make use of that. I want to use a zone C. Okay. So I'm going to go and choose that I want to make use of zone C. All right. That's it. Only two things we need to keep in mind. So I'm choosing zone C because my server is there in C. In case if you have chosen different server and that server is in a different zone, make sure you are choosing this right zone here. Okay. The whole idea of this exercise is to make you aware that your server and the volumes, they all need to be in the same zone. That is mandatory from Amazon. You cannot have your server running in one data center and you cannot keep your disk in some other different data center. Both of them need to be in the same data center. Okay, that is something you need to keep in mind. Okay, so I'm gonna go and scroll down, and then I'm gonna go and hit say I want to create this volume, and there we go. It says the volume is created successfully. Okay, it came back and said that okay, the volume is done. That is very, very nice. Now, if you come back onto the volume screen, it is gonna go and show you that we do have a three volumes here now. The one which we have created just now is actually showing us as available. So I'm now gonna go and attach this volume to this server. Okay, I'm gonna go and join it. So I will select this particular volume here and I'm gonna go to action and I'm gonna go and say I would like to go and attach this volume here. Okay, I'm gonna go and attach it here. So let's go and attach it. Okay, let's go and say I want to attach it. As soon as you try to attach, it is automatically going to be try to show you what all servers you are running here in this zone. Okay, it's automatically going to be going and trying to populate that what all uh, different servers you are running here in this zone. Okay, I'm just gonna go and click here in the Dropbox and you will see the server will start showing up here automatically. Okay, it is actually showing my Windows server here because my server is there in the same zone. All right. So I'm going to be selecting the server to which I would like to go and attach this volume. And I'm going to simply go and click on say would like to attach it. And that's it. It's really that easy to add one more disk on the fly to a server. And I can actually give this particular disk to the users, to the application people, to the database people, so they can go and install the application on it. They can go and configure database on it. They can keep their files on it. Okay, they can start using that in the Windows operating system. If I go back and check it on the system, so you will see that now we do have a third disk also showing up here. We had the C drive 30 gig, we have the D drive 2 gig, and now we have a third drive of 5 gig start showing up here. As you can add the disk on the fly, you can actually remove the disk on the fly as well. For example, we are using this 2 GB drive. Okay, if you think you don't want this 2 GB drive to be available to this server, you can actually go and pull this disk away from this server. You can select this 2 gig drive. You can say, hey, I need to take that out. Go to action and select the option, say detach. Okay, select the 2 GB volume and go to action and then say I want to detach this one. As soon as you click on the detach, you will see the state of the volume is going to show up as available, and you will find the 2 GB disk is going to disappear. Okay, the 2 GB disk which was there on the system, it disappeared. So what all the magic you do see happening here on the Windows server, you're actually controlling all that stuff behind the scene. Okay, you're actually controlling all that stuff there. Is it working for you? Does this make sense to you? Any questions here? So what all the stuff which we have worked here is actually a block storage. Okay, it's actually a block storage. I'm going to be going and introducing a one more type of storage now. Okay, I'm actually going to be going and trying to add one more storage here. And the next storage which we are going to be trying to use is, okay, the next type of storage we are going to be talking about is called S3. And S3 stands for Simple Storage Service. Okay, S3 stands for Simple Storage Service. And this storage is actually of a different type. So this is a type of a block storage. Okay, it's a block storage. All right, so Shri is saying that if you're gonna go and detach a 30 GB disk, is my system is gonna crash? Okay, so yes, that's gonna be a destructive, isn't it? So you're thinking in a destructive way. So if you're trying to cut a branch on which you are sitting, okay, the first thing is it will not let you detach it. It will not allow you to detach it because it is currently being used on the operating system part, right? It does not let you do that. All right. Okay. Okay, so let's go and try working with the S3, and let's see how different S3 is and what all we can do with the help of the S3. Okay, what all we can do with the help of the S3. So I'm going to take you back here onto the EC2 dashboard. And what we need to do here is we actually don't need this server anymore. Okay, we don't need this server anymore, the Windows server which we have created. I'm going to go and delete that server. Uh, do I need to show you something else here? Okay, just thinking, should I keep it or should I let this server go? Okay, okay. I think I think let's keep this server as of now. Okay, let's keep this server as of now. I want to show you a couple of more things here, but let me go and uh, cover the S3 storage here. So I'm leaving this server running, but I definitely don't need these multiple volumes. I don't need this 5 gig volume. And let's see what happens if I'm going to be trying to delete this 30 gig volume. I'm going to say, I don't see delete volume option here. Okay, that option is not there. I cannot delete that. Okay, I have one more option, say detach it. Let me see if I'm able to detach it. So I'm going to say detach it. And it says, no, you cannot detach the volume because it's a root volume. It's an operating system. It's not detaching. I have one more option here. It says force detach. Looks like it's more cruel. Let me try using this. I'm gonna say I want to forcibly detach it. And no, the forcible also does not work, which means I'm not allowed to detach the operating system volume. I'm not able to cut the branch where I'm sitting. So I will go and try to detach the 5 gig volume, which is fine. Okay, we can detach that extra volume and we can go and delete this. Okay, so I can quickly refresh it, and then I'm gonna go to the action and say I want to delete these volumes. Okay. All right, very nice. I got rid of all the extra volumes here. Okay, they are all gone. Very, very nice. Okay. Now I'm actually going to be taking you back here onto the AWS console, and I'm actually going to be showing you the storage section. Within the storage section, we have one storage here called S3 storage. So let's go and try using the S3 storage. So as soon as you start using the S3 storage, so S3 storage is going to be showing you this page. Okay. In your case, you may find that it's going to be kind of a blank for you. You see that there are no information shown here. That is fine. That is perfectly okay. Okay. I'm also going to go and delete all this stuff because I want to show you something from scratch. Okay. All right. We created that in earlier this year. Okay. I'm just gonna be clearing my environment, so that's gonna be kind of looking pretty much same as you have. Okay. Okay. So second is gone. Okay. I'm just gonna go and remove one more here. All right. All right. I'm okay. I'm gonna continue to use these buckets, so that's fine. So how we're gonna be going and using with S3 is, and yes, S3 is a part of the free tier. Okay, S3 is a part of the free tier. And if you are unsure that and if you don't know that what all stuff is actually part of the free tier, you can go and quickly check it out here on this page. Okay, the same page which I have shared with you earlier, which talk about the Amazon free tier. Okay, this page talk about the what all different services you do have part of the free tier. And on this page, if you scroll it down, it's going to show you that what all you can use for free. And here it's actually showing that you can actually use Amazon S3 and you can use that for free up to 5 gig. Okay, you will be able to use that up to 5 GB for free. All right, very, very nice. So feel free to use it. Okay, so what all the services, what all the options I'm sharing with you, all are part of the free tier. So don't hesitate, don't hold yourself back from trying them out. Okay, feel free to use those. Wherever, if I'm gonna go and show you any kind of paid service, I will give you heads up in advance. I will share that with you. I'll caution you that this is a service which is gonna be costing you some money. Otherwise, assume all is free, what all you are doing. Okay, no cost for that. All right, so taking you back here onto the management console, and the first thing which we need to do is we actually need to go and create a bucket. So bucket is actually a starting point. Now, what is a bucket? Bucket is like a folder in which we can keep all the files, in which we can go and store the files. And creating a bucket is going to be very, very easy. I'm going to go and click on say, I want to create a bucket. And then it's going to be asking me, okay, what the bucket name you want to use. The only condition is the bucket name has to be unique globally within Amazon, which means if I'm using a bucket name, you cannot use it. And if you are using some bucket name, I cannot use it. It has to be unique across all accounts, across all regions, everywhere in the world. Okay. If someone is consuming some bucket name, we cannot use that again. It has to be unique this time. Let me say I want to create a bucket, say NSE IT S3 bucket. And then I'm going to scroll all the way toward the end and say create the bucket. So I have picked up that name, right? I have picked up that name NSEIT S3 bucket. But now you will not be able to create the bucket with the same name. So what you can do, you can actually go and add some suffix to it. Okay, you can add some initials of your name to it. Okay, try to make it unique. Add some number toward the end, or add your initials toward the end, and that will become a unique name. Once we have the bucket created, we can actually go and start using this bucket. We can actually go and start storing all data. So I'm going to go and click on this bucket here. And right now it is showing that we do not have any of the files in this bucket. So files are known as objects. Okay, files are known as objects. And right now it is showing that we do not have any of the objects here. And I'm going to be going and trying to upload some of the files here. Okay, let's go and try to upload a file here. The very first thing is, are you able to create a bucket? Let me know if you have created a S3 bucket here. And previously, are you able to create a EBS volume and then the S3 bucket? All right, very, very nice. Okay, very, very nice. Okay, now I'm gonna go and try to upload a file here. I'm gonna go and say I want to save a file here. I can upload any of the file from my laptop. I'll go to pictures folder, and then I'm gonna go and try to upload any of the image file. I'm gonna go and try to upload any of the picture file. I'll go and select this JPG image file. Okay, we're gonna go and select this image file and gonna open that up. And then we say we want to store this file. So I'm simply gonna go and click on this upload button here. Okay, we have an upload button. And I'm going to go and choose this upload button after selecting the file I want to save. It's going to be very quick. Okay, it's going to be super quick. It's gonna go and upload the file and gonna show up here in the dashboard that yep, I do have one file uploaded. Okay, it's successful. Okay, that's fine. Now I'm gonna close this upload window and you will find that we are able to see the file. It is actually uploaded here. It's showing that I do have this file uploaded in the bucket. So upload button is here in the bucket. Okay, once you see the bucket you have created, just click on the bucket. Okay, just click on the bucket and go inside the bucket. And once you are here inside the bucket, then you will find you have upload button. Is that okay? Are you able to locate that? Okay, you good, Kajal? Okay, all right, good. All right, so we actually have to, learn some features which are there with S3. S3 is not just about creating a bucket and then storing your files. S3 is actually much more than that. Okay, S3 is actually much more than that. So uh, when we created this bucket, do you remember what is the size of the bucket we mentioned? That do I need a bucket of 1 gig or do I need a bucket of 5 gig? What size you mentioned for bucket? Anyone remember that? Okay, all right. So we actually did not mention any size. Okay, we have not chosen any size. It does not ask us that what is the size of the bucket you want. So this particular storage is a limitless storage. It's unlimited storage. Okay, so there is no limit for this storage. You can go and start adding your files, as many files as you want. There is no restrictions. And Amazon is only going to be charging all the files you are uploading. 5 GB is free for you. Okay, up to 5 GB, it's free to use. Beyond 5 GB, Amazon will start charging. But how much data you can store here in the bucket? That's unlimited. Okay, there is no capping, there's no limit from the Amazon, the how much data you can put in here. All right, so that's the one feature I want to show. Now I want to actually go and explore this S3 service in more detail. I want to show you some of the properties and some of the benefits of using it. It is not just like a Google Drive. It's just not like a Microsoft OneDrive or Dropbox where you create a folder and where you start uploading all the files. It's actually much more than that. Okay, and and I'm thinking of taking a break here now because we will not be able to complete that topic in the next 10-15 minutes. And I don't want to have a interruption when we are going to be discussing the features of the S3. That's actually the one of the most important and easy part to do. We have done with the difficult part, which was the EC2, because that contains a lot many options over there. So this is the one you are going to be enjoying. This is the one you will find it's going to be very easy to use, yet very powerful and very important. So is it okay if we actually take a lunch break a little early and we come back and then we continue with the S3 without interruption? All right. Okay. All right. That's a that's a good plan. So let me bring in a clock. Okay. and we are going to be going and taking a break for 45 minutes. So I think instead of running a clock, we can put the note here. Okay. All right. Okay. So it's going to be lunch break, and we are back at 1:45. Is that okay with everyone? Is that good? Perfect. Very nice. All right. Enjoy your break, and we'll talk to you at 45. Thank you, folks. Enjoy your break. All right, everyone. So time up, and I'm back here. So please let me know if you enjoyed your meal and you're also back, and we are good to resume our session. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, Shraddha, Shubham, and okay, Mira, Nilesh, Shri. Very nice. Okay. Very nice. All right. Let me get some more confirmation here. Let me get real confirmation here. All right. So we are good here, and and most of you are back here. That is great. So let's go and continue to work with the S3 storage here. Okay, let's continue to work. Okay, okay, all right. So we talk about that the S3 is an object storage. Okay, and S3 stands for Simple Storage Service. Okay, S3 stands for Simple Storage Service, and S3 is an object storage, which means this storage is actually being managed by the vendor. It's a fully managed service from the vendor. We need not to go and create any kind of volume. We need not to go and provision any space. We need not to create any kind of file system to use. We don't have to back buy any kind of an operating system, right? There is no requirement at all. How we will be able to go and use it? We just need to go and create a bucket. And while creating the bucket, we actually don't have to specify any kind of a size. I don't have to say that I'm going to be going and using it for 1 gig or 5 gig or 10 gig, right? So I need not to provision that in advance. I will simply create a bucket and then start using it and start saving files on it. Okay, so that's how exactly the S3 works. So working with the S3 is a super easy. Okay, working with this S3 is a super easy. Okay, so we actually created a bucket. We went to the S3 management console and we tried creating a bucket. So this is a bucket which I created in the morning. Okay, once the bucket was available, okay, once we have created the bucket and the bucket was available. So what we did as a next step, we actually uploaded one file, and I have used the image file for the upload purpose. I tried uploading an image file. Okay. Okay. So once the once the image file was uploaded, I'll be able to see that it is showing that here in this bucket. All right. So I believe all of you have the bucket created and you have the object uploaded, the file uploaded, and the file is actually showing up here for you. Is that done for you? Okay. Okay. Very nice. Okay. And I think we tried documenting that here as well. So looks like we have everyone created this bucket and we are all set. Okay, that's great. That is very nice. Now, we were discussing that S3 storage is actually much more than that. It is not only creating a bucket and then storing your files over there. It is actually much more than that. So if I go and click on the file which we have uploaded, you will find Amazon has actually created a URL for it. Okay, so there's a URL which exists. So in this, if I click on the image I have uploaded, it's showing that we do have a URL for this object, which means I can actually go and consume this file. I can go and use this file by using this URL. If I go and click on this URL, it's gonna allow me to consume this file. Okay, if I go and try to use this URL, I'll be able to go and consume this file. I'll be able to open the file. I'll be able to download the file from this link. Now, Amazon has to create this unique resource locator. Amazon has to create this unique link for you. That is the reason Amazon want you to go and create a, that is why Amazon want you to go and use a unique bucket name. Okay, so we are using a bucket name here, that NSEITS3 bucket. Because this name is unique, the link generated is a unique. Okay, this is the reason Amazon want you to have a unique name for your bucket. All right, let's try opening the link. So I'm gonna copy the link and then gonna be trying to open the link in a new tab here. So is this link working for you? So for me, it is showing access denied. Are you able to use this link? Is this link working for you? All right, so it's showing the same. It is showing the access denied for everyone. Okay. All right. So, okay. All right. Now that clear out one thing, that shows the one message here. It says it's not that you create a bucket and then start uploading the files in there and all the files which you're going to be trying to upload there, that is something available to everyone. It's not that anyone can go and start consuming those files. We do have certain permissions around those files. Okay, otherwise it's kind of a security risk for us, because we don't want any of the file which we are trying to upload, which we're going to be trying to save here. Anyone can use that file from the link. Okay, that's not going to be a good situation. So how I can go and change the permissions and how I can control the permissions here. So if I'm going to be going and taking you back here to the console, uh, we do have the permissions associated with the this particular file. You can also go to object action, and that is where you have an option called make public. Okay, so there's a one option which exists here underneath the object actions. We can change the permissions and we can make this public. Okay, that is something we can do. So if I'm going to be going and trying to say I would like to go and make this file as a public one, and it's going to be asking me for the confirmation that are you sure you want to make this public. Okay, it's asking for the confirmation here. So I'm gonna say let's go and make it public. And as soon as you're gonna be trying to make it public, it's actually gonna go and throw an error on you. Okay, it's actually gonna be going and showing an error for you. Okay, so it says you cannot change the permissions of it. Okay, it says you will not be able to change the permissions of it. So the reason you are not able to change the permissions is we do have a bucket level permissions, right? So there are permissions which are associated at the bucket level. Okay. So we do have the permissions which are associated with the bucket. So if we are going to be going and using the bucket level permissions, they will not allow us to change the permissions here. Okay, they don't uh, they don't allow us to change the permissions here. We need to turn off the permissions at the, we need to go and turn off the bucket level permissions. Okay, we need to go and turn off the bucket level permissions. Okay, so how we can turn off the bucket level permissions is I actually need to close this one and I need to go back to the bucket level. So I'm gonna say close this and then I'm gonna go back here to the bucket. So as soon as you come here onto the bucket level, okay, once you are here back at the bucket level, you do find we do have a tab here called permissions, and these permissions are actually associated with this bucket. Okay, it's actually associated here with the bucket. These permissions are associated here with the bucket. All right. So I'm gonna go and click on that. I want to change these permissions. So you will find there's going to be one option here which says block all public access here. These are the bucket settings we have. And right now, block all public access is turned on here. Okay, it's currently on. I need to switch that off. Okay, I need to change that. I need to turn that off. Okay. So what we are going to be doing is we are actually going to be going and clicking on saying edit these permissions. Okay, we are going to be going and saying we would like to go and okay, we want to go and change this. So let's go and click on that. Okay, let's go and try to change this. So I'm going to go and click on edit, and then simply I'm going to go and click on say I want to uncheck this box here. That means I don't want bucket to control the permissions. I should be able to change the permissions of an individual file, individual object. I don't want global bucket permissions to be applicable to all the files. I would like to go and control the permissions of individual files. All right. So once you uncheck this box, let's go and save this one. To save it, we need to give a confirmation. Okay, we need to provide the confirmation here. Okay. So it is showing that yep, we do have these permissions turned off now. Okay, that is perfect. That is very, very nice. I'm gonna go back to the objects, what all I have here in this bucket. Right now it is showing the same file which we have uploaded earlier, right? The file is still existing here. I'm able to see that file here. Now I'm actually going to be going and trying to change the file permissions once again. I will select the file, I'll go to action, and I will again choose the same option, that is make public. Okay, I'm again going to be trying to change this permissions here. Okay, All right, let's do that. I'm going to say make public. It's going to ask me for the confirmation, and I'm going to confirm that, yep, I would like to change the permissions of this file, and I want to make it available for as a read file for everyone. Okay, I want to go and change that and make it as a read only for everyone. Let's go and change that and say make public. And there we go. We change the permissions here, and we will try to access the file again. Okay, you know that we do have a URL for the file, and the URL is going to be located here. I'll go and try to use this URL one more time. Okay, or I can refresh the page where it was showing access denied. I'll try to refresh that page, and you will find that we are able to use this file now. We are able to access this file now. And if I'm going to be going and sharing this link with you, so you will also be able to access this file. You will be able to use this file anywhere in the world, okay, no matter where you are. So I just shared the link with you. Let me know if you are able to open that file. Is it working for you? So are you able to access the link which I shared? Are you able to access the file which you have created? Okay, very, very nice. So you see, you can actually go and integrate whatever data you do have stored onto S3 with the help of this links, and you can go and use it anywhere you want. You can actually share that with the multiple people. Okay, so let's go and do that here. Okay, so are you able to work with the S3 object? All right, very, very nice. Yep, that is right, Sri. Okay, this is same as the Google Drive, and this is same as the online sheet which I'm sharing with you. Okay, it is actually getting stored here in the object storage. It is actually getting shared or stored in a common place. Okay, all right. So it is done for all of you. Okay, so how about you, Mohammed? So are you done with it? Okay, very nice. So let me mark you as done here. Okay, thank you. Let's mark Mohammed also done here. Great. So uh, okay, this is the one of the easy feature which we have here in the S3, and that is how we can actually go and create the buckets, and that is how we can go and use it. Okay. Oh, you are saying you are not able to complete that. Where are you stuck, Mohammed? What help you need? I'm sorry, I overlooked the message. So do you want to share your screen? Do you want me to help you over there? Okay. So let me. Okay. So you have the rights to share your screen now. All right, great. Okay. All right, URL is copied. Perfect. Let's try using it. No, the last one. You need to copy the yep, this one. Okay. All right, so you have the access denied. Let's go and try changing the permissions here. Okay. Go on the top and say object action. No, you need to go on the right hand side, say object action. So it looks like you missed that part, right? You might have joined us late. So object actions here on the right hand side. So above there, you have a button called object actions. You can use a microphone if you have any questions or if you have any difficulty.
Yes, I'm in access control list screen. Whether I have to click on edit button or because its screen is hiding in the top. Whether I'm in the correct page.
Yeah, you are on the right page. So are you able to see the object actions? So if it is hidden, so you need to just minimize that one. Use the orange button and that is gonna hide this panel and you will be able to see the button underneath it. Yep, that's one. So you need to choose the option which is there on the bottom. Yep, keep scrolling toward the end and make public. Okay, make public. All right, it is done now. Okay, and now try accessing the file if it works. Go to the tab which you have opened over there, the last tab in the browser. No, the last tab on the top in the browser, you have window, right? Yep, try refreshing it. Okay, it's working, right? So it's working. That's very, very nice.
Thank you.
All right, great. So let me go ahead and share my screen back. All right. Okay. Okay. So that's how the object storage works, right? We can actually go and create a bucket for us, and then we can actually go and start storing all the files we need. It's gonna be like a super easy work to do with the S3. S3 has got lot many other features as well. Okay, and that is something we are going to be going and showing you in your next course, some of the advanced features over there. But right now, I'm actually going to be going and showing you one more tool here. And the name of the tool here is CloudTrail. Okay, we are going to go and share a service called CloudTrail. What exactly this service is, what exactly this service does. So this service is actually a logging service. This service keeps an eye on what all activities you are doing, okay? What all work you are doing, what all activities you are doing. So this particular service is gonna be keeping a track of it, keeping a log of it. Okay, it's gonna be keeping a log of that. So it's gonna be keeping a information here. Okay, it's gonna be keeping an information here that what all activities you have been doing so far or what's going on with your account, who is doing what in your account, who is creating servers, who is creating the buckets and objects and blah blah blah, right? What's going on? So to check this out, we are again gonna go back to the AWS Management Console, and then we are gonna be going and locating this service called CloudTrail. So here under the management and the governance section, we have CloudTrail mentioned, or you can actually quickly find it out here from the search bar on the top. If you go and type it out that you want to find a service called CloudTrail, you can go and type it out over there. Okay. All right. Okay. So Kajal is having a question here. Kajal says, by making it public, we are only giving the permissions to read. That is correct, Kajal. It's only going to be read permissions. So people will not be able to change that, edit that. We are not giving the right permission for everyone. Okay. All right. So if I'm going to be going and clicking here on the CloudTrail, so CloudTrail is going to be opening up a new dashboard here for me. And on the left hand side, we have this menu, and we actually need to go and click on, say, I want to see a dashboard. Okay, I need to go and choose an option here that I'm interested in looking at the dashboard here. All right, so I'm gonna go and click on, say, I would like to see a dashboard here, and there we go. So we do have some event history shown here. So do you see it is actually showing that what all you have been doing? So it says you have created a bucket, you have added an object to it, you have deleted a volume as well. I want you to go and click on the option here called View Full Event History. So toward the bottom of the page, we have an option here which is gonna show you the full event history here. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's go and click on, say, we want to see all the event history here. Okay. Let me go and choose here. All right. Okay. So as soon as you come here, do you see what all you have been doing on this account since yesterday? You can scroll it down and you will be able to see that it is actually showing that you have been doing all that work. So are you able to relate these actions? So is this something belongs to you? Is this something you have been doing? Okay. All right. And and you can actually get more details onto it. You can actually go and check it out that who actually performed this action. For example, I do see that we do have one of the option here called terminate instances. I think I would like you to go and locate this terminated instances. This means it captures the information when we deleted a server. And I want to go and check it out. I want to dig deep that who actually deleted the server, which servers were deleted, at what time it was deleted. Okay, I can actually get all the information when I'm gonna be going and clicking on this. Once I identified this item, I'm gonna go and click on that. I'm gonna say I would like to know more about it. Okay, I want to know more on this event. So as soon as I click on this, it says, okay, these are the details of the event. It says event actually happened, uh, somewhere in the afternoon. Okay, it happened in the afternoon. Who did it? Actually, the root user did that. This was a user who performed this deletion operation. Okay, from where the request came in, the request actually came from this IP address. So we can actually go and dig really deep that from where the command was fired. So if some person is doing some activity, so the person will not be able to escape. The person will not be able to think that no one will be able to come to know that what I did. All right. So everything is getting tracked, and you can go and check it out that who did what. in case something goes wrong in your account and you want to check that out, that okay, what happened, why the problem came in, okay, what was the problem, you can go and check it out. You can go and dig deep with the help of this. Okay, you can dig deep with the help of this. All right. So here it says that instance which was deleted, it says there were actually two instances deleted at the same time with the same command. I do have those instance IDs also available here. Okay, I do have those instance IDs available here. Okay, so I have a question here that Shri is asking that is that the root, is that the user is only going to be root? No, Shri, the user is not going to be root all the time. Currently, we are owning this account and we are the only one who is using this account, and we are using a root privileges for it. That is why it is showing a root. But when you actually work in the real time, whenever you have an account for the organization, okay, whenever we have the account for the organization, we need to onboard multiple teams, we need to onboard multiple people, and then there are going to be multiple teams, there are going to be multiple people who are actually going to be working on the AWS console, and they are going to be going and working, doing all the work. Okay, they are going to be going and doing all that work. Then you will say we have a different name coming up. Okay, so to understand this better, we actually need to do one more service. We will be actually covering one service called identity and access management, and that is something we are going to be covering in our next course, in this SysOps course, which we are going to be going and starting from tomorrow. Okay, so this is the service name. The service name is identity and access management, and we will be able to go and onboard. We'll be getting onboarded more users, and then we'll be looking at that how we can define their roles, how we can allocate the permissions, and how we can control the access for those. Okay, lot many things gonna be we are talking about in your next advanced course. All right, so I just want to introduce that what exactly the cloud trail is. Okay, so you should know that the cloud trail is a trailing service, it's a logging service, and it captures all the information that what's going on in your account. Okay, it's going to be going and capturing that what's happening. And we have one more service here. Okay, we do have one more service here, and the name of the service is CloudWatch. Okay, we do have one more service which actually sounds pretty same as we have the CloudTrail. We have a CloudWatch as well. But what exactly this CloudWatch is doing? CloudWatch is actually capturing the performance statistics. Okay, the CloudWatch is to capture the performance statistics of all different services you are running here. Okay, all the different services which we have here, we are actually going to be going and trying to capture the performance monitoring for those. For example, we do have a EC2 server, right? We created that server, we created some disk, we created some volumes, and I want to check the performance of that server. I want to check it out, how much the CPU it's having, how much of the memory it is having. Okay, I want to go and check it out that what kind of a usage it is showing on those parameters, which means, okay, uh, I am going to be taking help of CloudWatch. So let's see how CloudWatch is capturing those statistics and how CloudWatch is actually presenting those to you. I'm going to be taking you back here over to AWS console. Okay, I'm going to be going and taking you back here onto the AWS console here. Okay, and I'm going to be going and locating the uh, service back here called EC2. Okay, I'm going to be taking you back onto the EC2, where we still have one of the server which is running, right? We still have that server running. All right, I'm going to be going and checking that server. I'm going to be going and trying to select that server. And then we do have multiple tabs here, and we do have one of the tab here called monitoring. Okay, there is a one tab here called monitoring. So I'm going to be going and trying to check the monitoring here. I'm going to go and check the monitoring here, and you will find CloudWatch is actually going to be showing you a lot of different graphs here. You have a graph for the CPU utilization, you have for the network utilization, you have for the disk utilization. There are multiple graphs for the different kind of performance statistics which are being captured here. Okay, we do we do have all these different performance statistics which are being captured here. All right, and if you want to see more details on any of these graphs, you can actually go and open that up here in a new window. So we have a three dots given here. I'm gonna go and click on this, and I'm gonna go and click on the option that view in matrix. Okay, view this matrices. So let's go and click on that. Okay, let's go and click on that. It's gonna open a new window, and it's gonna actually go show you the graphs in a much larger view. It's gonna go and show you a lot of other details along with it. All right, there we go. So I'm able to see that it is actually showing the performance information here. So which means as soon as you create any of the server, as soon as you create any of the resource, CloudWatch automatically starts monitoring it. Okay, so you need not to do anything at all. You need not to go and configure anything. The CloudWatch is actually monitoring these resources automatically. Okay, these resources are being monitored in automated way. One thing which you need to know here is CloudWatch actually captures all this performance data. CloudWatch captures all these statistics every 5 minutes. Okay, it's capturing this information every 5 minutes. All right, so you can see we do have a data points which are shown here. So we do have a data points coming every 5 minutes. Okay, these data points are coming every 5 minutes, and these data, these performance graphs, this information is actually being captured by this service called CloudWatch. So when CloudWatch captures the information every 5 minutes, we call that as a standard monitoring. Okay, that is what the standard monitoring is. We can actually go and capture the detailed monitoring as well. We can actually go and capture more granular data. I can actually go and say, I don't want data at every 5 minutes. I actually want data at every 1 minute. Show me data every 1 minute. Okay, show me data every 1 minute. And then it's gonna come back and then start collecting data every 1 minute. So when we actually collect the data every 5 minutes, it is free of cost. Okay, so CloudWatch is a free service, and it captures the performance data free of cost. It captures every 5 minutes. But if you want to collect more granular data, if you want to collect the data every 1 minute, then it's going to be costing you more money. Okay, in that way, Amazon is going to be charging you additional fees for doing so. Okay, one more thing you need to remember here. Okay, there's a one more thing you need to remember here. So when you check all these graphs, okay, when you check all these graphs, you see we have graphs for disk, we have a graph for network, we have graph for storage, we have graph for CPU. We have one major graph we're missing. So do you know which graph is missing here? Which resource is missing here? Which main resource is not being reported here? So when you think of server, what all things you think of? What all is going to be impacting your performance? All right, you are right, Shubham, and you are the first one to answer. Let me give some more time to everyone. Okay. All right, take a guess. Okay. No, we do have a traffic here, right? So it actually shows all the network traffic here, that how much traffic is flowing. We do have all that network stuff here. Okay, for volume, we do have the data for the volume, right? We are able to see the storage here. Yeah, disk is here. So volume is not an option. Come on, guys, think quickly. I still have only one correct answer here. Okay. All right. So the resource which is missing here is actually memory. Okay. So you do see the RAM or the memory graph is not here. We have CPU, we have network, we have storage, but we don't have memory here. Isn't that? Are you able to see memory here? Are you able to see the RAM utilization? Are you able to see the memory utilization? Okay, all right. So memory is not being monitored by CloudWatch. Okay, that's the important thing to remember, and that can be an exam question. Okay, that can come as an exam question, that what all the stuff you will be able to monitor with the help of the CloudWatch, or what is not being monitored with it. Okay, so keep in mind that you don't have a memory statistics available here. You will not be able to see that directly. Amazon thinks that, if we are going to be going and capturing the memory performance statistics, it is going to be negatively impacting the performance of the server. Okay, if you want to capture the performance statistics on the memory side, you need to install a separate agent for it. Okay, you need to install a separate agent for that. That is something you need to keep in mind. Okay, so memory performance can also be captured, but we need to add a specific agent for it. So that is a thing you need to understand. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So I think let's go and continue here. Okay. So I'm gonna take you back here, and we don't need this server anymore. Okay. We can actually go and delete this server. We can actually go here in the action, and we can go and say we want to delete the server. So let's do that. Okay. Let's do that. Okay. So I'm gonna go and select the server, and then I'm gonna say I would like to go and terminate this instance, and the server will go away. Okay, we will not be having the server anymore with us. All right, that is nice. That is very, very good. Okay. And now I'm actually gonna go and show you one more service here. Okay, I'm gonna go and show you one service here called database service. Okay, so if you go back here onto the AWS console, if we go back here on the AWS console, we do have a database section, and underneath the database section, we have the very first service over there called RDS. And I'm gonna go and click on say I would like to go and use this RDS service. Okay. All right, as soon as you come here on the RDS, so RDS is actually a fully managed database service for us. Okay, RDS is a fully managed database service for us. So if you want to create a database service, you simply come here and say, I want to create a database. And it is actually going to be going and giving you a choice that which type of database you want to create. You can actually go and create any of these databases here. Okay, you can actually go and create any type of databases here. Amazon Aurora is a database from Amazon. It's also based on relational database service. It's also compatible with the MySQL and PostgreSQL. Okay, it's compatible with that. We have we have some of the open source. Okay, we have some of the open source here. We have MySQL, we have MariaDB. These are the open source. PostgreSQL is also open source. And then we have some commercial database engines. We have Oracle, we have Microsoft SQL. Okay, these are all commercial database engines here. Okay, these are the commercial database engines here. All right, I can go and configure any of these databases here. And the best part is I actually don't have to manage the server. Server will be managed by the Amazon. Okay, so I need not to choose any kind of an operating system. I need not to choose any kind of a any kind of server to manage. So I'm simply going to go and say I would like to go and use any of these database. For example, I can go and say I want to use a MySQL database here. Okay, I simply go and say MySQL, and I'm going to be going and trying to create that in an easy way. Okay, I say create that in an easy way, and then I say I want to create a MySQL here. Okay, and then here I say I want to use a free tier account. I don't want to pay for that. Okay, I do not want to use any kind of a paid service, and that's it. So it's gonna say what is the name of the server you want to give, what is the username you want to use. I'm gonna generate my password automatically, and that's it. I'm gonna go and then create the I want to go and create the database. Okay, I'll be able to go and create the database in that way. All right, so is that fine? Is that okay? I'm just simply gonna go and say create the database, and it's gonna come back quickly and say okay, the database is created. All right, so done. Okay, so once the database is created, it is going to give you an endpoint, and you do need a database client to connect to it. Okay, you're going to be going and using some of the database client, and then you're going to be going and connecting to it. Amazon is going to be going and managing this database for you, right? But you will not be having an access to the operating system level. You will not be able to go and log into the operating system and then check the database. You can actually directly able to connect to the database. Okay, not the operating system, but directly the database. All right. So after this database, okay, after this database is going to be running, we are going to be going and deleting it. Okay, we're going to be going and deleting that in a while. So it might take a while to build it. Okay, we're going to leave this and we'll come back and check that in a while. So I'm going to actually take you back here to the drawing sheet. Okay, and I'm going to go and show you something more here. Okay, I want to go and quickly share one more information with you. So which kind of a cloud AWS cloud is? Is AWS public cloud or AWS is a private cloud? Okay, so is AWS public cloud or is AWS a private cloud? Okay, all right, okay, all right, very, very nice. Yes, we know that AWS is a public cloud, right? AWS is a public cloud. So anyone in the public can go and create their resources over there, right? We can go and deploy the resources. For example, I created my account and I am actually running one of my server here. Okay, so this server belongs to me. Same way, you are also gonna go and create a server for you. Okay, you're also gonna go and create a server for you. So let's say this server belongs to you. Okay, this server belongs to you. And then we have some other user and they also created server which belongs to them, which means we are actually having a multiple servers running in this AWS public cloud. Okay, we are having a multiple servers running here in this public cloud. So how Amazon is gonna be providing us the isolation, how Amazon is gonna be making sure that these servers do not see each other. Okay, they do not disturb each other, they don't create problem for others, they don't distract others. We want people to go and create their server in their own environment. We want people to go and work in their own silos. We want to provide a protection to the component the customers are creating. Okay, we need to have some level of a protection for them. All right, then how Amazon is achieving it? Amazon is actually creating a private network for you. Okay, so as soon as you create your new account, Amazon is actually creating this private network for you. Okay, so there are private networks which are already there, which are already configured and created for you. Okay, you are not aware of, but they already exist there. Okay, they are already there. Let's go and talk more on that. So it means those private network exist for all the different customers. If I have to go and deploy multiple resources, I actually can deploy that in my own private network. In that way, all the servers I have in my own network, they will be go and able to talk to each other. Okay, so these servers will be able to talk to each other. But these two servers will not be able to trouble each other. They will not be able to, cause any kind of harm to each other because this network is not mine, and the server created is not mine. So I'll not bother. I'll not able to see this server. I'll not be able to create a problem for this server. So where we can go and check that which is my private network. Okay, we can actually go and check this out in a service called VPC. So the The VPC stands for Virtual Private Cloud. It is actually a private network for you. Okay, so we have a VPC, but it's actually called as a private network for you. So I want to take you back here to the console. Okay, I want you to take you back here to the console. So here on the console, okay, so here on the console, we are actually going to be going and trying to explore the networking section. We have a networking and content delivery, and we do have one topic here called VPC. So if you come here on the VPC section, it is actually going to be going and showing you that you already have a one VPC created for you. Okay, on the left hand side it says your VPCs, and I'm gonna go and click on that. Okay, so I'm gonna go and click on here on the VPCs, and right now it shows that yep, I do have one of the VPC, and this particular VPC is actually a default VPC. So if I scroll this bar toward the extreme right, I'll be able to see that okay, we do have a default VPC, and the answer is yes. Okay, and the answer is yes. Okay, so are you able to see this default VPC created for you? Are you able to see this private network in your account? Is this visible? Okay, all right. And how about you, Kajal, Muhammad, and Nilesh, sorry. How about you? You're able to see that? Okay. Okay. So we are gonna go and do a small exercise here. Okay. And to do that exercise, I'm actually gonna go and take you to Singapore. Okay. So let's go to Singapore to do this exercise. Let's go and select from the region. And I'm gonna say I would like to go and work in Singapore. And you know that from where we can actually go and do the region selection. Okay, go and select the region and select Singapore over there. All right, so I'm also gonna go and click on Singapore, and it's gonna take me here to the Singapore. Okay, and in Singapore also, I'm able to see that I do have one of the VPC here. Okay, all right, I think I do see two here. Don't worry, ignore this one. All right. So you are able to see the one VPC which exists over there, right? Okay. So what we are gonna do, we are actually gonna be going to EC2 here in Singapore. Okay. I'm gonna take you back here to all the services, and I want you to go and select the EC2 service being in Singapore. I'm still in Singapore, and I'm gonna go and choose, say I would like to go and work with the EC2 service here. So let's go and select this one. Okay. All right. So here in Singapore, I'm gonna be trying to create a new EC2 machine. Okay. I'm going to be going and trying to create a new EC2 machine here. I'm going to go and say launch an instance. I actually want to show you one of the option. I don't want to create a server, but I want to show you one of the option here. So as you're going to be trying to create this machine, okay, the first step is we need to select the AMI here. So let me choose the AMI, and I'm going to be going and calling saying I want to use the Linux AMI here. Okay, want to use this Linux AMI here. And then a T2 micro is fine. I'm okay using that one. Okay, so here on the step number 3, we are actually making use of the network. And this is where we are actually using a default private network. Okay, this is where we are actually making a default private network. All right. So that is why we are able to create this server, because this private network is already created by Amazon. And I can go and say next, 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 and I will be able to create this server, right? That is how it is all this happening. I'm not going to create the server. I'm going to say cancel this one. Okay, I'm going to go and say cancel this one. And then what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be taking you back to the network settings. Okay, let's go back over there. I'm going to go to AWS, and then from the networking, I'm going to go and select, say, VPC. Okay, I'm going to take you back here. Okay. All right, we are gonna go and click on this VPC, and we already saw that we do have a private network which is showing over there. Okay, so we're gonna go and click on here on the your VPCs, and we do see, yep, it is showing the default VPC which is here. What I'm gonna be doing is I'm actually gonna be going and deleting this default VPC. I'm actually gonna go and say I don't need this VPC, and I'm gonna be deleting it. Okay, I'll go to action, and I will say delete this VPC. And I'm still in Singapore. Okay, that's an important thing to check here. All right, so let's go and select say delete. Okay. And I'm going to be giving a confirmation that I'm sure I want to delete it. Okay. So let's do that. It's going to be asking for the confirmation and I'm going to say yes. I acknowledge and I would like to go and delete this default VPC here. All right. All right. So I'm going to go and say I will delete this one and it's going to go and do the work and it's going to come back quickly saying that, okay, the default network is gone. Okay. So once the default network is gone, I will actually go and try to open the Ec2 service and I will try to create the server. So I'm still in Singapore and I'm going to be trying to create a Ec2 server here. Okay. So I will say I want to create a new server here in Singapore. Okay, let's refresh it. All right, not sure what's wrong here in Singapore. So do you still have a, okay. Do you see this error? Is this error coming for you as well? Now it is showing the AMI for me. Okay, all right. I'm not sure why it was not showing the AMI for me, but now it is showing. That is fine. I'm okay creating this Linux machine. Okay, I'm okay to use this Linux machine. I'm gonna go and select this one, and I'm okay to select the T2 micro as well. That's fine. So as soon as I come here on the step number 3, it is actually trying to find the default network for me. And it realized that I do not have that private network here. Okay. It realized that there is no private network exist. And it is actually showing an error for me. Okay. So it is actually showing that error to me. All right. So right now it says there are no VPCs here. Okay. Right now it says there are no VPCs here. And it will not allow me to move forward. Okay. It will actually not allow me to move forward if I try to say if I try to say I want to go and move to the next step and add a storage, it says no, you cannot create a server. Okay, it says you cannot. Okay, okay, so you will not be able to proceed further if you do not have a private network. If there is no private network, you will not be able to go and deploy the machines. Okay, you will not be able to go and move forward. Okay, so because Amazon will not be able to provide the isolation, okay, Amazon will not be able to provide that isolation. So you will not be able to create the resources. And that is why the private network is very, very important. So does this make sense, guys? So do you understand the importance of the private network? Do you understand the importance of the VPC? Does this make sense to you? Okay. Okay, very, very nice. Okay. So what we can do, we can actually go and try to restore this deleted network back. I'm gonna take you back here. I'm gonna cancel this. Don't want to create this machine. I'm gonna cancel this and I'm gonna take you back here to the VPC. I will go to action and then I will say I want to create that default VPC here. Okay. I'm gonna go and give this option, say create that default VPC here. So as soon as I click on the default create VPC, it is gonna go and restore what I have deleted. Okay, in that way I'll be able to go and restore that one. Now you can actually have multiple VPCs in your account. Okay, let's say this is actually your VPC account. Okay, this is actually your Amazon account. You can actually create multiple VPCs because you might want to go and deploy servers for different departments. Maybe you have a finance department and you want to create a finance VPC. Okay, so you can actually go and create a finance VPC. Means this network is for finance department and I'm going to be going and creating the servers for finance department. Okay, I can actually go and work with the servers which belongs to the finance department. Similarly, I can go and create some of the VPCs depending upon the environment. I can say I want to go and create a VPC or network for production. Okay, I'll call prod VPC. Okay, I'll call that as a production VPC. All right. Okay, in that way, we can actually create multiple private networks in our account in a single region, and we can actually use to deploy different type of workload. So how this is gonna help me? Actually, I can actually keep the servers for finance separate, production separate, and these servers are not gonna interfere with each other. Okay, they are not gonna disturb each other. They are not gonna create problem for each other. And I can actually provide the access to the different networks to different people. I can say only these people can go and support the production servers. Okay, I'll have more control on where I want to go and deploy and what kind of workload I want to have. In that way, it's going to be much, much easier for us to work. Let's go and try to create a one more VPC here in Virginia. Now I'm actually going to go and take you back here in Virginia. Okay, I'll go and say I want to go to Virginia. Let's go back there. So right now in Virginia, we only have one default network. Okay. Currently in Virginia, we have only one network. Okay, don't know what's wrong here. Okay, it looks like the new GUI is not stable yet. All right, so here it is showing that I do have this VPC, and this VPC is here in Virginia. Okay, so we do have this VPC, and this VPC is here in Virginia. I'm actually going to be going and trying to create a one more VPC, and I'm going to be trying to create that for my finance department. Okay, let's go and create that for the finance department. So to create that, I'm actually going to be going and making use of the VPC dashboard. I'm going to go and click on this option VPC dashboard, and that is where I'm going to be going and trying to identify an option here called launch VPC wizard. I'm going to use this option. So locate this option, and we are going to be going and making use of this option to create a new VPC here. Okay. All right. Okay. So we are gonna go and make use of it. Okay. We are gonna go and click on say launch this VPC wizard. So as soon as you come here, I'm going to be going and trying to use a very simple option here. I want to create a VPC with this one single sub network inside it. Okay, we are going to be trying to create it a very, very simple way. All right. So let's do that. I'm actually going to be going and selecting this VPC here. I'm going to be selecting this that I want to create one. It's going to ask me some information here. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually just going to provide a name here. I'm going to call this one as a finance VPC. Okay, I'm just gonna go and call this one as a finance VPC. And I'm gonna go and hit the button say create this VPC. That's it. I don't have to make any other change here. All this is fine. Let's give the name and then let's go to hit the button say create this VPC. And it's gonna go and create that network for me. It's gonna be creating a one more private network for me. And if I go and check it out this time, it's gonna show me that we do have a two private networks here. Okay, it's gonna go and show me that yep, we do have the two. Okay, we do have this these two. Okay, we do have these two private network available. Okay, I need to refresh it. We do have a default and we do have a finance as well. So are you able to create that? Are you able to see both of them? Okay, now let's try to use it, that how we are going to be going and making use of it. Okay, then only it will make more sense. So I'm going to go and take you back here onto the EC2 dashboard, and I need to make sure that I'm working in Virginia. Okay, I'm not in Singapore and I'm working in Northern Virginia. And that is where I'm going to be actually trying to create one more EC2 instance here. Okay, I'm going to go and try to create a one EC2 instance here. Okay. All right. So we are gonna go and say, I want to launch an instance here in Virginia. Okay. I want to create a new server here in Virginia. And again, we can go and choose, say, I want to create a Windows server here. Okay. This is a Windows-based server, 2019. And I'm going to choose that one. Okay. I'm gonna go and create that one. All right. I'm gonna select it. and I'm okay to use the T2 micro. Now all the settings are actually gonna happen here on the step number 3. Okay, all the settings are actually gonna happen here on the step number 3. So what we are gonna do here on the step number 3 is we are gonna go and try to explore that what all the network options we do have here. By default, it is showing that we do have a default network selected. But if I'm going to be going and clicking in here, I do have a one more network to choose from. I do have an option to deploy my server for finance as well. So it's asking that, do you want to create this server in the default network, or do you want to create this server for finance department and you want to go and use the finance network? Okay, so I do have that choice here. So let's create this server for the finance now. Okay, I'm going to go and create this server for the finance server now. So when you select the finance server, we also need to give a public IP. Right now it is showing disabled, but we need to enable that one. So this one is enabled by default for the, for the default network. That is why we don't have to enable it. It is by default enabled for the default VPC. But when we are creating some custom VPC, so we need to go and make it active. All right, because this is a different network, that is fine. I'm gonna go and say add the storage. Default storage is fine. Okay, I'm gonna call this one as finance server. Okay, let me call that as finance server. Okay, I'm gonna call this one as a finance server. I'm also gonna be going and creating a firewall here. I'm gonna be going and calling that was as a finance firewall. So these security groups are VPC specific. These firewalls are network specific. The firewall which we have created earlier, that was for the default network, and we are not able to use that default firewall here. We are in a different network and we need to create a different firewall here. Okay, we are here in a different network and we have to create a different firewall here. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna go and give the name, and then I'm gonna go and use this particular 3389 only. I need not to add any specific port here. I'm happy with it. I'm gonna go and click on say review and launch, and then I'm gonna be going and launching this server. Although I will be able to use the same key pair which we have used in the default network, which means key pairs can be used across the networks. Okay, so key pairs are something which we can go and make use of across the networks, but firewall rules are network specific, and we cannot go and use these same rules across different networks. That is something important to remember here. So let's select the key and let's launch the instance. All right. And there we go. We do have a new server showing up. Okay. And once it is going to be up and running, we are going to be trying to connect to the server, and you will find you will be able to connect to it. Okay. Go ahead and do the RDP. Go ahead and get the password, and you will be able to connect to it, which means the server which we have now created, it is actually in a different network. Okay. It's going to be working in its own finance network. All right. Is that okay? Does it make sense? So let's give it a little bit of time for our server to boot up, and then we are going to be going in trying to use it. Okay. In the meantime, we can actually go and populate that if we are able to complete the previous lab. So were you able to locate the cloud trail and see the logs over there? And were you able to see the performance graphics in the CloudWatch? And then have you deployed the RDS instance? Okay. And then have you created a VPC? And then are you able to log into the finance VPC server? Okay. All right. Very, very nice. Okay. All right. So Mohammed, do you have any challenge here? Do you need help? Okay. All right. What's the problem you have? What's the challenge? Okay. All right, sure. Let me send you the rights to share your screen. All right. So go ahead and share your screen. Okay. So it's saying the so it's saying the firewall need a description. Okay. Go ahead and give the description. Copy paste the same. Okay. Just copy paste the group name and give the same as a description. Whatever the name you have given, just copy paste the same here. Then just type the finance firewall again. Yep, copy and paste it as a description again. Now copy this. Yeah, copy this one and paste it in the description. Copy, yeah, and paste this here. Perfect. Move next. Yep, you're good. Go ahead and say launch. All right, acknowledge and launch it. You're good. All right. Anyone able to connect to your server? All right. I think you're good, Mohammed, right? Any other help you need? Okay, all right. So Shubham, Sanal, they are already connected. So great job, guys. Okay, very, very nice. Okay, all right. Let me get my screen back. Okay, here I am. And okay, Mohammed is still working on it. He just launched the server and he'll be able to go and connect to it very soon. Okay, so that is how the VPC works, and that is how the VPC is gonna be helpful to you to isolate your workload. Okay. All right, so after a heavy lunch and after a heavy session of all different services, I think let's have a tea break here. Okay, I think you guys deserves a tea break here. So let's go for a quick 20 minutes tea break. And once we come back, we are gonna go and continue with the more topics here. Okay, we're gonna go and give you more information, more topics here. All right, so we are gonna take a break for 20 minutes here, and enjoy your break. We'll talk to you in 20 minutes. All right, everyone. So time up and I'm back here. So let's go and resume our session. Okay. So please let me know if you are also back. Okay. Let me know if you're also back. Okay. Okay. Awesome. Great. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Oh, very nice. All right. So we created this finance server and it is running here in a different network, right? That is what we have done here so far. Uh, on the same screen, you may find we do have one option here to which says create alarm. Okay, it says no alarms are there, but there is a plus sign as well, and we can actually go and create an alarm for those. So you can actually generate some kind of an alert or alarm for the EC2 servers. If you click here on the plus sign, it will actually go and take you to the CloudWatch. CloudWatch also help you create some alarms. Okay, so it says, do you want to create a new alarm or do you want to edit an existing alarm? Okay, and then you need to provide, you need to provide the information that where do you want to receive the alarms. Okay, you need to create a what is called SNS topic. SNS is another service. SNS is a simple notification service, and with the help of it, SNS is actually going to be going and showing you the messages in your inbox or maybe SMS text messages to your own phone. You can also trigger an automatic action as well. Okay, you can say I want to take an automatic action as well. Right now, I'm going to say I don't want to send a notification because we have not covered this topic. So I'm going to be selecting that I don't want to have this alarm, but I want to take a action. And what kind of an action we can take? We can actually take a different type of actions here. We can terminate a server, we can stop a server, we can start a server. Let me choose that I want to terminate a server. But when you want to terminate a server, you can define a condition here. You can say whenever the average CPU utilization, okay, whenever the average CPU utilization is actually less than 5%, okay. So I'm going to be going and selecting a condition. If the average CPU utilization is less than 5%, okay, if it is less than 5%, I would like to go and terminate my server. Okay, I'm gonna go and terminate the server, which means in case if nothing is running on the server, if the CPU utilization is actually very low, I can actually go and delete the server in an automatic way. So I can go and click on say I want to create or give this alarm as my alarm. Okay, I'm giving it a name, and that's it. Go and hit say create this alarm. Okay, go ahead and say create that alarm. All right, let's go and save it. I'm gonna scroll all the way toward the end and I'm gonna say create. So as soon as you create, it is actually gonna go and show you that we do have one of the alarm here. Okay, and very soon you will find whenever this the alarm is gonna trigger, it is actually gonna go and terminate the server. The server will be automatically terminated here. Let me wait for it. Okay, let me wait for this alarm. Right now it says that alarm does not have any data because it is trying to check how much CPU utilization we do have on this server, or is it less than 5% or not. Okay, let me wait here. All right, let me try to refresh it. That's how it looked like. Okay, there we go. So I do have the alarm triggered in and my server is actually getting terminated. So is that something working for you? Are you able to see this alarm and triggering and shutting down your server? Is that working for you? Okay. Okay, all right, very, very nice. So server is terminated, server is gone. So that is how it works. Okay, that is how it works. Okay. Okay. All right. So that is how the alarm works. That is how the CloudWatch actually help you with the alarms and create the conditions. All right. So uh, are you guys are gonna go and join the next course, which is for the sysops? Are you gonna join from tomorrow, or do we have some more few folks joining in, or the next course is also for you? Okay. Right now we are talking about the practitioner, but tomorrow we are gonna be going and starting with the sysops. Okay, you're gonna join in. Okay, okay, very nice. Okay, because we are gonna be going and talking about all these services in a greater detail. Okay, we are gonna be looking at all these services from a management perspective. That how we are gonna be going and managing those or operating those in the cloud. Okay, so right now we are actually covering all these services from the basics perspective, but we are gonna be going and trying to use that in a greater detail way. Okay, very nice. Let me go and add this here in the sheet. If you are able to create the alarm for you, and if it is getting triggered and you are able to terminate your server, let me know. Okay, Muhammad need help here, so you can share your screen, Muhammad. Okay. Okay, just go and click on the alarm. Don't click on create new one. You already created one, right? Cancel this one. And click on the alarm, which is already there. Yep, don't click on the plus sign. Click on this alarm. Yeah. Is it allowing you to use it? No, it does not allow you to select that. That's fine. Let's go to the CloudWatch and go and check it out, what the alarm you do have. So on the AWS console, go and click on the AWS logo and let's select the CloudWatch. Okay. And here on the CloudWatch, we do have the alarms. Let's go and click on the alarms and see what all alarms we do have. Okay. Yep. Go and click on the alarms, left hand side. Uh, just click on the alarms above. Yep. There. So it's gonna show us all the alarms which you have created in your account. And there is a one which we created, right? Okay, so the condition which you have said is, you said CPU utilization is more than 5%. That is why this alarm is okay. The utilization is not more than 5%. If the utilization goes more than 5%, then it's gonna go and shut down your server. Okay, so you might want to go and edit this one. Okay, you can actually edit this, right? And this time you're gonna select that if it is gonna be less than. Okay, okay, that's fine. Leave it. That's okay. No, don't change it. That's okay. Okay, come down. Yeah, condition. So you have chosen the greater than equal to. We have chosen the less than equal to, right? Lower than. Yep, this one. Okay, go ahead and say update alarm. And now you're going to be meeting the condition because the CPU utilization is always very, very low because we don't have anything running over there. And you see the CPU utilization is actually less than almost 1%, right? It's going to be less than 1%. And now it's going to work. If you go back to your EC2 dashboard, then it's going to go and show you that, okay, you do have the condition met, and it's going to go and trigger the alarm, and it's going to shut down your server. All right. Yep. Go back there. These instances. Yep. Okay. Just wait for some time. It's gonna trigger here. Okay. It's gonna work. Okay. All right. So let's go and check it out that how everyone else is doing. Okay. Looks like everyone is able to create the alarm. That is great. That is awesome. I think you all are very, very active. Okay. You all are very, very active. Okay. Do you want to refresh the screen, Muhammad? Do you want to use the refresh button here? Yeah. All right, there we go. It triggered in and it is shutting down. You are good. Okay, you're good here. All right, very, very nice. Let me go ahead and share my screen back. I'm gonna be going and trying to share the screen here. Okay. All right, so okay. Yep, this is good. So I'm back here. Okay, I'm back here. So I'm gonna go and talk about a little bit on to the security part, and then I will show you some of the more services which we have on the AWS console. Okay, I'm gonna go and give you a little bit of overview on the different services which we have in the AWS console. So the last exercise which I want to do and show that to you is uh, is for the uh, service called the let me take you to the AWS console and want to show you that how you can actually uh, secure your AWS account. Okay, so far we have been using the username and the password to connect to this AWS account, right? We are we are dependent on using the username, which is our email ID, and then we are punching in the password, and in that way we are getting in, right? But how I can make uh, my environment more secure? Okay, how I'll be able to go and make my environment more secure? Okay, that is what we're going to be looking at. So I'm going to be taking you to the service called Identity and Access Management. And Identity and Access Management service is actually a part of the security, identity, and compliance. Okay, this is where we are gonna be working. Okay, this is where I'm gonna be going and checking. So let's go and click on that we are gonna be going and working with the IAM here. Okay, I'm gonna be going and selecting, say I want to work with the IAM. So please join me in this exercise. Okay. All right. Okay. So once you are here on the screen, uh, once you are here on the screen, it's actually gonna be showing you a lot of information. Okay, it's gonna be going and showing you a lot of information here. But what we are interested in is we are interested in the user ID which is already created for us here. Okay, so we can either go and click on, say, I want to work with this user, or do you see a security warning here? It says the root user for this account does not have multi-factor authentication. Do you see this message? Is that visible to you on identity and access management? Okay, very nice. Okay, that is good. So you are able to see it. So if this is visible to you, uh, what is multi-factor authentication? So multi-factor authentication means along with the username and the password, we are actually going to be going and enforcing one more way of authentication. Okay, we are actually going to be going and using one more way of authenticating. We are not relying solely on username password. We are not only going to be depending upon the username password, but along with the username password, we are going to be requesting the user to add one more layer of authentication. It can be a one-time password, OTP. It can be a fingerprint scanner. It can be retina scanner. It can be voice recognition, face recognition. It can be any kind of a biometric you want to use. But along with the username and the password, we actually want a one more layer of authentication. Okay, we need a one more layer of authentication. So let's go and try to enable the multi-factor authentication here. Okay, that is where I'm going to be going and trying to associate it. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go and click on, say, enable the multi-factor authentication. Okay, I'm going to go and click on, say, I want to enable the multi-factor authentication. So as soon as you come here on the screen, it's actually going to be going and showing you an option here that activate the multi-factor authentication. Okay, we have in this option, say, activate multi-factor authentication. Okay, all right. Okay, so how we are going to be going and using it. Okay, how we are going to be going and using it. So we are going to be going and clicking on, say, okay, I'm going to go and activate the multi-factor authentication. Okay, we're going to go and click on, say, I want to activate this multi-factor authentication. So as soon as you select that I want to use a multi-factor authentication, it's going to ask you that what type of authentication you would like to use. Do you want to use a hardware token, or do you want to use a software token, or how do you wish to authenticate yourself? Okay, what is the way you would like to go and authenticate? Okay, so uh, I'm not sure how because you just starting your career, right? Most of you are just starting your career. I'm not sure how many of you have got a chance to see some hardware token. Okay, uh, secure ID token, wrong spelling. Okay, okay. So there's a company called RSA, and they do actually manufacture the secure ID tokens. So how this token works? These tokens actually display a 6-digit number. Okay, they do display a 6-digit number, and this 6-digit number changes every 30 seconds. So what system admin need to do? System admin need to actually assign this token to your account, and this token is going to be mapped with your account, which means when you're going to be going in, entering the username and the password, it will ask you to enter this 6-digit code as well. Okay, it's going to ask you that please enter the 6-digit code as well. So anyone seen this token? Anyone use this one? or aware of this one? Okay. All right. So, today we are actually living in a virtual world. All right. And things are actually getting virtualized. Everything is virtualized these days. And cell phone is the biggest, biggest revolutionary device we have. Okay. With the help of a cell phone has actually killed lot many other appliances, right? Cell phone has killed the MP3 players. Cell phone has killed the Walkman. They kill the cameras, they kill the radio, they kill lot many different devices, right? and and this secure ID token is also a victim of a smartphone. Okay, so now we do have a virtual token available in the smartphone, and we lost this hardware token as well. Okay. We can actually go and use a software based token now. So if I'm going to be taking you back here, so it says you can use a virtual MFA device. Let's try using the virtual MFA device. Okay, it says for more information on what devices are supported, you can check here on this link. Let me try opening this link for you. So on this link, it is actually listing multiple hardware devices, and is also listing some of the applications which you can use on your Android phone, on your iPhone. And we have a long list of softwares which are supported on both the phones. Okay, you can actually go and make use of any of these softwares. One of the very popular software which we have is known as a Google Authenticator. Okay, one of the very popular software which we have is called Google Authenticator, and you can actually go and make use of this Google Authenticator. You can install that for free on your phone. You can configure with your account, and you are good to use. So how does that sound? And I'm actually going to be going and showing you this one. Okay, so we are going to be going and adding this Google Authenticator to our AWS account, and we are going to be going and making use of it. Okay, let's do that. So I'm going to take you back here on the IAM. Okay, let's go back here. I'm going to say would like to use the virtual MFA device. Let's go. And I'm going to go and use the Google Authenticator. I'm going to go and install that Google Authenticator. Um, I have an Android phone here, and once you install the Google Authenticator, uh, that's how the phone screen will look like. Okay, that's how it look like. I would like you to go and install and let me know once you're ready with your authenticator. Okay, I'm gonna go and add this into a column here. Okay. Let me know once you have this Google Authenticator installed on your phone and you're ready. Okay. Okay, looks like most of you are done. I'm just waiting for Sanal and Kajal to confirm. Okay. All right. Yes, Kajal, we need to actually go and install that on your phone. Okay, go ahead and install that on your cell phone. Okay. Yes, there's a no cost associated if you're going to be going and trying to use the MFA. Okay, so you can use that for free. Okay. All right. So it's done for everyone. That is very, very nice. So let's move forward. Okay. So once you install this one, then you have this screen shown to you. Just go say next, 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 and then you will be presented to set up your first account. Okay. That's where the screen is gonna show up for you for setting up the first account. All right. That is very, very nice. Okay. That is very, very nice. Okay, now when you say I want to set up a new account, you have an option that whether you want to scan the QR code or you need to enter the setup key. Okay, you have two different choices to make. Either you can go and scan the code, or you can actually go and enter the code. Okay, I'm gonna be going and choosing thing. I want to scan the code, and your QR code is gonna be shown to you here on this screen. Okay, the QR code is gonna be available to you here. Okay, it's gonna be available to you here. All right, so for scanning, you actually need to click on say show the QR code, and you need to scan your own code. Okay, don't scan my screen. You need to scan your own code. Okay, so I'm scanning here, and then you have a button here called add this account. Okay, after that, it's gonna show you that add the account. Once you add the account, it is going to start showing you a 6-digit number. You will have only one number shown in this example. We do have two numbers which are two accounts which are configured, but in your case there's going to be only one number flashing. Okay, it's going to be showing you 6-digit number, and that 6-digit number is changing every 30 seconds. Okay, that code is changing every 30 seconds. It's going to be having a life of 30 seconds. So once you are done, we are we are all set to configure it with our account. Now what is required is we actually provide this code two consecutive times. What are the number flashing on your screen? Go and enter that twice. I'm going to enter the first code here. My first code is 520394, and I'm waiting for the code to change. And as soon as the new code is going to come up, I'm going to feed that new code here. Okay, I'm waiting for the new code to show up here. Okay, let me go and okay, the code is changed and I do have a new code here with me. I'm gonna fill that in. The new code is 501617 for me, and I am all set to hit the button say assign MFA. Okay, everything is done, and I'm gonna go and hit this button say assign this MFA here. Let's do that. Okay, all right, it says you have successfully assigned the virtual MFA account here, and I'm all good. Okay, we are all good to try this out. So let's see how this is gonna work. Okay, let's see how this is gonna work. Okay, let me close all these windows here. Oh, oops, I closed that one as well. So I'm gonna sign out, and then I'm gonna sign in back. Okay, I'm gonna sign out and I'm gonna be trying to sign in back. To sign out, I need to click on my account name here, and then I say I would like to sign out. So let's go and sign that out here. Okay, Let's go and sign it out. And then I'm going to be trying to sign back in. Okay. I'm going to go and try to sign back in. Let's go and click on again, say I would like to sign into the console. Okay, screen looks the same, right? The screen looks a similar way which we have used earlier. I'm gonna go and fill in the email address I would like to use, and then it's gonna be asking me, give me the password. Okay, for some reason it asked me to enter this Apache as well. Okay, and every time it says it is incorrect. Okay. All right, let's see. Okay, it worked this time. I'm gonna go and give the password. This all looks the standard, right? Something which we have been using here so far, something we have been using. So let me go and say I would like to sign in, and as soon as you click on sign in, there we go. This is something different this time, isn't it? We are presented with the MFA screen. We are presented with the screen saying enter this MFA code. Only then you will be able to log in, otherwise you are not allowed to get in. Okay, otherwise you're not allowed to get in. Okay, that is very nice. Okay, that is very nice. So let's get the code from the app we have installed on the phone. Let me get that code, and let me try to fill that code here. Okay, the code I do have is 31045 and 8. I submitted the correct code and I'm in. If you give the incorrect code, it will not allow you to get in. So which means I'm not dependent on the username password anymore. I do have a one more layer of authentication here. I do have a one more feature. Okay, I do have a one more option here. All right. So does this make sense to you guys? Is this something okay? Okay, are we good with this? Okay. Let me know if you are able to log in with the MFA login here. Okay, I'm gonna call this one MFA login, and I'm gonna remove the responses which you have submitted earlier so that you can fill that again. Let me know if it is working for you and you're good. Okay, all right. Looks like it worked for everyone. Awesome. That's nice. Now, I actually have to depend on phone all the time whenever I want to try to log in. Something which I don't like, although it's a good idea to keep this security, right? It's definitely a great idea because this is gonna be very helpful to keep the account secured. Because if the person even knows my username password, if my credentials are compromised, still still no one will be able to use it. Okay, still no one will be able to use it until unless they have my phone, until unless they are able to unlock my phone and get this code, right? So there's definitely a kind of an enhanced security, definitely kind of a added security here. Okay, very nice. Okay, so I don't want to depend on the phone all the time, and I want to go and remove this MFA. I say no, I don't want to continue it. We can go and change that from the same screen where we configured. I'm gonna go and take you back to the IAM screen. I'm gonna say would like to go and work with the IAM, and on the IAM screen. Okay, so here I'm gonna go and click on the users we have. Okay, so I have actually created this specific user. That's why it is showing one user to me. You can ignore that one. I'm gonna delete that. So it's gonna be showing the same way you have. Okay, So for me also now it is not showing any of the user here, and we are all good. Okay, we are all good here. That looks perfectly fine. So I'm actually going to be going and clicking on the account settings here on the left hand side. Okay, I do have account setting here, and I'm actually looking for where exactly MFA setting is. Okay, I don't see MFA here. Okay, let me see where it has been moved. Dashboard. It used to be here only. Let me quickly check where it is. It is moved now. Okay, let me try searching here in the bar. MFA. Okay, so it is actually pointing here to the IAM, but it's a little surprising that's not showing here. Okay, so let me check these options here. I don't think so. It's going to be under the identity providers. No, it won't be under the identity provider. It should be under the account settings. I'm not sure why I'm not able to see that one. Okay, let me just carefully read that, what I'm missing here. One is the password policy. That is fine. Okay, I think it's it's not showing here. That's fine. I can actually go to one more place. Okay, I can go and check it out on a one more place here. I can actually go to I can actually go to the credentials for the root. Oh, that is strange. It's not there even. Okay. I think okay, I think it has moved here into the my security credentials. Okay, so when we are going to be going and working with the multiple users, then it's actually going to be going and showing underneath the users. But for the root users, it is actually moved here. Earlier it was right here on the dashboard, but I think this is now getting hidden here in the my security credentials. Let's go and try to click in here, and yep, there we go. I'm not sure why this page is not being showed. So right now it is showing the password, and it is also showing the multi-factor authentication. Okay, so how I came here on the screen, I actually clicked in here, say my security credentials. And then I'm again going to be going and clicking here onto where we have this virtual device, MFA device attached to my account. I'm going to go and click on here, say I would like to manage it. As soon as I click on say I would like to manage it, there are two options here. I can remove or resync. I'll choose to remove it. And finally gonna hit the remove button, and it's gonna be taken out. All right, it's that easy. And now it's not gonna be shown to me. Okay, so it's not gonna be prompting to me. If I'm gonna be now trying to log in, it's not gonna ask me what your second level authentication is. I'm gonna be all good. Okay, so is that okay? Does this make sense? All right. Now I'm actually gonna go and talk a little bit on the exam side. Okay, and while we're discussing for the exam, we are having a few of the topic which we are going to be going and covering some theory part on it. So let's go for the details on the exam, and we're going to be going and exploring that what all different topics we need to prepare and how we need to prepare and what all we need to cover on that. Okay, so to share the more information, I'm actually going to be going and taking you to the certification page. So yeah, okay, the wrong link. I'm gonna go and use the certification link which we have used earlier. So this is the certification page, and whichever the certification you are interested in, you can actually go and click on that link. Okay, so all these certifications are listed here And if I'm interested in the Cloud Practitioner certification, I'm actually going to be going and clicking on this. I'll just go and say, I'm interested in Cloud Practitioner certification. Let's go and click on this one. And this is the place where you will be able to go and schedule your exam. You can say, I would like to go and check my knowledge, that how much I'm aware of about the AWS cloud and its major services. Okay. If you scroll it down, it is going to be going and showing you exam guide. Okay, there is exam guide, and there are some of the sample questions as well. So we are going to be going and checking both of them. Okay, so this exam, this exam is actually a objective type exam. There is going to be no practical. There is going to be no lab, and there is going to be no descriptive questions. All objective. Okay, everything is going to be objective here. There are going to be 65 questions. There can be just single response, or there can be multiple choices in there. Amazon may tell you that select one answer, or Amazon may request you to choose more than one answer as well. It's a foundational one, and you can actually go and take that exam in the online center, or you can actually do that proctored as well. So during this pandemic, where we don't have access or having a difficulty, attending the testing center, you can take up the exam at home. You need to have a laptop with the webcam, and you need to keep the webcam on. Someone is going to be monitoring you while you take the exam. Okay, so you need to be in a kind of a private room where no one is interfering, and where you don't have access to your mobile phone, smartwatches, and other gadgets which may help you in the exam. You need to keep everything out, and you can take the exam from home. You will be given 1.5 hour, 90 minutes to complete the exam. And the cost of the exam is actually $100. Okay. So once you say, I want to book the exam, that is where you need to pay this $100 fee, and you can actually block the slot for you. Okay. Exam is available in all different languages. So in case if you think you want to go and take up the exam in different language, so it's available in different languages as well. Now, let's go and talk about that. What exactly is going to be there in the exam? I'm going to download the exam guide here. Let me share this link with you. Okay. All right, this looks good. Let me just zoom it a bit. Exam number. Okay, that is something you might want to remember when you are going to be booking the exam. Okay, so what you need to understand. So you need to explain the value of the AWS cloud, why you're going to be going and using an AWS cloud. You also need to understand and explain the AWS share responsibility model. This is something we have not discussed so far. I'm going to be discussing this theory part now. You also need to understand the security best practices. Okay, so security best practices is using the firewall, and using the restricted firewall, and also able to use the multi-factor authentication. Okay. You should also try to understand the cost economics and the billing practices, that how the billing is getting generated, how the bills looks like. Okay, where you can go and check it out the current consumption, where you can go and create the alerts for you. How do you check that from where the utilization is actually coming? You also should be able to describe that what the compute service means EC2, what the network service, which is VPC, what the database service, that is RDS, and what the storage services, EBS and S3. Okay, you should be aware of these services, and you should be able to identify the use case for these services, that we are going to be going and using these services. All right, so that's how this course is going to be, and it is actually going to be a it's going to be a kind of an online exam. So you will get your result uh, at the same time. As soon as you enter the answer for the last question, the the result for the exam is going to be flashing in front of you. Okay, it's going to be flashing in front of you. Uh, you need a 70% to pass the exam. So there are total 1000 score, and you need to get 700 marks to clear the exam. 70%. It's pretty high, right? Okay. Uh, okay. So what all you need to know? You actually need to know all these parts. Cloud concept, that is something we have discussed. Security and compliance, we have talked about that one. Different pieces of the technology, that how the cloud is made up of, how the different services are being made up of, right? And then some part on the billing and the pricing as well. Okay, and something which we have actually covered here in this training program. And the next training which we are going to be covering, it is actually going to be complementing this one, which means the next upcoming training, the advanced training, is going to reinforce all these concepts and actually going to be going and covering all these aspects in a much more detailed, much more diversified way. Okay, so we are going to be going and going more deeper into all these services in this SysOps course. Once you are able to complete this SysOps course, this exam is going to be cakewalk for you. Okay, uh, it's a one of the most easy exam we do have in the AWS. Okay, but I do recommend you complete the next training program and then go and write this exam, which means you are definitely gonna go and clear this certification. Okay, you are definitely gonna go and clear the certification because you are trained for one level above. Okay, you are gaining a level which is one step above required for this certification and training program. Okay, let me actually try showing you some of the sample questions, and that will give you idea that what type of question Amazon is going to be going and asking you. And let's see what your understanding says. Okay, so I know we are just here for a very short duration, just for 16 hours. But let's try to analyze that what all we have learned during these 16 hours. Okay, what we have learned here in the during 16 hours. Let's try to check the sample questions here. Okay. All right. So here are the here are the sample questions we have. Okay. Okay. So why is AWS more economical than traditional data center for application with varying computing load? Okay, with a variable computer load. When you don't know that how much of a CPU memory you do need, when you don't know how many servers you do need, why it is more economical? Why do you think? Try to guess the answer. Which answer is kind of a more appropriate for you? Okay, I do have an answer from Kajal, and Kajal, you are right. Your answer is correct. Okay, your answer is correct. Okay. All right, everyone. Okay, Nilesh, you are also right. So your answer is also correct here. I'm waiting for answer from everyone here. I would like everyone to participate. Okay, just give it a try. Just think what can be the answer. Just give it a guess. So okay, okay, all right. Okay. All right. Okay. So I need to ask everyone here to think of what the answer they. Okay. So looks like you have okay. I think I was looking at the wrong place and to scroll it down to get the answer. We have the answer for everyone, and everyone is right. So it's gonna be the C, because Amazon allow us to launch the servers on demand whenever we need, and Amazon allow us to go and remove it when we don't need. That's a perfect use case here. Okay, that's a perfect use case here. Okay, that is great. That is very, very nice. Let's go to the next one. Which AWS service would simplify the migration of database to the AWS? I think we have not used this one. Okay, we have not discussed this one, but we are going to be going in but we are going to be going and talking here. Okay, okay, all right. Yes, yes, Shri, I'm able to see your message, and I think I missed the messages from Nilesh as well earlier. Okay, so Nilesh, you are saying that are we gonna sit for the certification exam? Absolutely, Nilesh. Okay, that is what the recommendation is, and and your company is gonna be sponsoring this exams for you. Okay, so you need to actually go and sit for both the exam. You're gonna be sitting for the foundation, and you are gonna be going and sitting for the sysops as well. That is what the guidelines I think it's there for you. Yes, your organization actually going to be paying those certification fees. Okay, that 100 fees, $100 for this exam, and 150 for the sysops exam. We'll talk about that later in the week. Okay, so yeah, it's the exam for all of you. Okay, okay. It says which AWS service would simplify the migration of the database, and we do have a data service called database migration service. If I take you back here onto the AWS console, and under the database section, okay, under the database section, uh, we do have a service here called, oh, it's moved here, it's now a part of the migration service. Okay, we do have a DMS, so database migration service. We do have a servers migration service as well. So these services are actually going to be going and helping you to move the database, move the server to the cloud. Okay, they help you with the migration part. All right, that is good. So here the answer is B. Okay. Actually, I'm going to be sharing more information that how you will be able to know about the other services as well. Okay. Sometimes you will find that it's actually talking about some of the services which we may not have discovered or covered. So, but I'm going to share one document with you. There's a white paper, and this white paper contains information you need for the exam. Okay, where is the white paper here? Okay. No, not this one. Okay, that is strange. I lost the link to it. Okay, let me try searching for it if I get one. Okay, I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the correct link. Let me bookmark as well. Okay, I'm gonna share this with you. And this document is actually very, very helpful. Okay, this document is very, very helpful. I'm gonna add that here in the resources for you. So in this document, it is actually going to be giving you all the information you need to prepare for the certification. It is actually going to go and start with the basic information that what is a cloud computing, okay? What do you mean by public cloud? Oh, there we go. It's going to start with the cloud computing, okay? And advantages of the cloud computing, okay? So why we're going to be going and using the cloud computing, okay? So it says you don't have to do the capital expenditure. You can actually go for the operational expenditure. You are only going to be paying when the operations are running. You don't have to invest in buying the server, and you can actually get benefited from the uh, massive scalable environment Amazon is having. Means you can actually get to use the latest updated servers we have. You don't have to guess the capacity that how much server you need. Do you need a big server? Do you need a small server? Right? You can actually start with any server and then you can change to anything you want. Okay, that is going to be very, very good. Okay, that's going to be very, very helpful. You can increase the speed and agility for deploying your workload. You don't have to raise a purchase order. You don't have to wait for those servers to be delivered to you. You can actually go and start utilizing whenever you need it. You can go and start utilizing them the time you think you need that. Okay. Uh, so stop spending money running and maintaining data centers, right? That's the biggest advantage we have because these data centers are being managed by the Amazon. You don't have to spend the money, right? You don't have to employ people. You don't have to pay the electricity bill, air conditioning bill, bills for the internet lines, and blah blah blah. All that is gonna be responsibility for the Amazon, and and you can go global in minutes. What do you mean by that? Go global in minutes. Go global in minutes means uh, I can actually go and select right now that if I want to work in Singapore, or if I want to work in Europe, or if I want to work in US. I can simply go and create one account and just one console. I can go and choose wherever I want to work in the world. I don't have to set up any kind of a data center anywhere in the world. All stuff is ready for me to consume. I just need to pick and choose that what I want to do, where I want to do. Okay, so that's all the advantages we do have for the cloud computing. Then what are the different type of cloud computing we do have? We do have infrastructure as service, platform, software. Okay, how we do have a hybrid cloud. We do have a private cloud. The global infrastructure, we did talk about the what do we have as a part of the global infrastructure. We do have zones, we do have regions. Okay, for the security and the compliance. Okay, depends on one model which is called share responsibility model. Okay, so here you can read that it's a shared responsibility model. Now, what is a shared responsibility model? I want to share you one slide here, I think. AWS shared responsibility model. Okay. All right. So what is shared responsibility model? Shared responsibility model means Amazon is having some responsibilities and you as a customer also have some responsibility. Okay. So AWS Amazon is having some responsibility and also customer is also having some responsibility. What responsibilities are there with Amazon? The responsibilities which lies with the Amazon is actually responsible for maintaining the data center. Amazon is actually responsible for all the hardware they have. Amazon is responsible for the physical security of all the infrastructure. Okay, they do have the responsibility of the physical security as well. They do have the responsibility for the software as well, which they are providing. Now, what responsibility you do have as a customer? So as a customer, you have the responsibility to keep your data encrypted, to use the strong passwords for your machine, to secure your keys so that no one is stealing those. You also need to make sure that the softwares which you are using are the licensed one and you're paying the right fee for them. Okay, you are gonna be responsible for maintaining, patching the operating system if you're using EC2. And if you think you want to install Windows and you want to keep your own application, it is your responsibility to patch it, keep it updated. It's going to be your responsibility to make sure you are having antivirus to protect you. It's also going to be your responsibility to make sure you are not making your files public, right? So if I go and if I do not secure my files, I do not encrypt my files, and I will make my files public, and then I say my data is not secure in cloud. Do you think that's fair? Right? It's not fair. My data is going to be as secure as I'm going to make. Okay, so it's my responsibility to use and secure my data which I'm going to be keeping in the cloud. All right, that's about the shared security, shared responsibility model we have. Okay, some compliance stuff, but what I want to point out here in this document is it's going to talk about all different services in just a few lines. For example, we do have one service called Cloud Search. And this document is trying to explain the cloud search service in just a few lines. And it is a must that you should read this document. This document is just 70 pages, 72 pages. And you should go and read this document at least once. Okay, it's actually going to be giving you the information on all different services we have in the Amazon. You need not to know all the services, but at least you should have an idea that what this service does, why this service exists. That's it. For example, we do have a Redshift, and we need to know that what exactly Redshift is and what it does. And spend some time on this document. Okay, this is a very, very informative document, very, very useful document. Okay, let's go back here. Okay, let's go back here. Okay, so next question, which AWS offering enables users to find, buy, and immediately start using the software? Okay, very, very nice. So where you will find the software? Is any of the option ring the bell? Okay, all right. Rahul, you're right. Sanil, you are also correct. Okay, I think everyone knows that, right? It's not a secret. We have seen that there are going to be thousands of softwares which are available here in the marketplace, right? We have thousands of softwares available over there. Which AWS networking service enables company to create virtual private networks? Okay, I think that is something not to be missed, right? Yep, that is correct. We have used this VPC for creating the private networks, right? That is perfect. That is very, very nice. Okay, which of the following is a AWS responsibility under which AWS shared responsibility model comes in? Okay, what do you think? Which one is the AWS responsibility here? Okay, what do you think is going to be the responsibility of the AWS here? Okay, all right. Okay, yep. Maintaining the physical hardware is the responsibility of the AWS. If you are configuring a third-party application, you have to do that. If you want to secure the application, you have to do that. If you have to manage the operating system you're installing, you have to do that. But wherever the servers are located, where the data centers are, that is something with the Amazon to take care of. That is something Amazon will do. Okay, which component of the AWS global infrastructure does CloudFront uses? Okay, I think we have not discussed this one. Okay, we have not talked about the CloudFront, what it does. So I'm gonna skip this one because we have not covered this service. I'm gonna move next. Okay. How would a system admin add an additional layer of login securely to users management console? All right, you can't go wrong with this. You cannot go wrong with this, right? It is MFA. Yep, that is right. That is correct. Which service can identify the user that made API call? Okay, we want to check it out which user is doing what. So do you know the service? Okay. All right. Yep, you're right. It is definitely going to be the Cloud Trail. Okay, it's definitely the Cloud Trail, which is going to be keeping the logs. Okay. Which service used to send alerts based on CloudWatch alarm? Okay, this is tricky. Okay, this is tricky. It says CloudWatch is going to be creating the alarm, but who is going to send the notification? Who is going to send the notification? So we have a service called Simple Notification Service. So this service is actually going to be responsible for sending the notification. Okay. All right. Where can a user find information about prohibited actions on Amazon infrastructure? Where you can go and check it out that what you cannot do. All that information is in the policy, acceptable use policy. Okay, Amazon is having a policy which you accept when you create your account. Okay, you have acknowledged that one, that I'm gonna be abiding by the policy of the Amazon. Okay, it's gonna be giving you that guidelines. Okay, the one service I think which we have not discussed is something I'm gonna go and talk about here. So I'm gonna talk about two services. In fact, I'm gonna talk about the simple notification service, and I'm also gonna talk about the CloudFront service. Let's go and talk about the CloudFront first. Okay, let's go and check the CloudFront, what exactly the CloudFront is. Okay. Okay, this is the CloudFront. But I actually want to share one use case, one scenario with you. Okay, I want to share that. Why do I need this service? Okay, okay. Okay, okay. All right. So, uh, this particular service is very, very helpful when you actually want to distribute the content. Okay. I want to show you the global infrastructure. Okay. AWS global infrastructure, and I'm going to take you back here onto this map. Okay. Now, let's say I have a company in US. Okay. So my company is operating in the US, and we have created a server and we have kept the data here in US. We have all the files, we have all the data, we have all the information. Okay. We have everything there stored there in this location. So which is very, very nice because I have most of the users, all the employees, all of them are actually working in the US, and I'm happy working over there. Okay, I'm actually happy working with them. Okay, so when I'm gonna be going and using this server within the US, uh, I'm I'm very happy with it. Okay, any user in the US can actually go and um, consume this data very easily. Okay, it's gonna be easing it very, very easily. Okay. uh, Now my office want to expand globally, so we want to open an office here in Asia. We want to open an office in Europe. or we want to open offices in everywhere in the world, or I have a requirement that my users are actually distributed around the globe. Let's take an example of Netflix. You have a Netflix, you have a Amazon Prime, right? Amazon Prime videos, and people are actually consuming those video files anywhere in the world, which means the users are actually everywhere in the world. I don't have them in a specific location. But if I'm going to be going and keeping the data in one location, okay, if I'm going to be saying my data is actually going to be going in the US, think of a case that someone is trying to access the data from India, which means you actually need to go and travel all the way to a different continent to access it. Okay, you need to go and travel all the way, and then you consume the data from America. Same goes for the Australia. It's going to be more painful. So from Australia, you need to go and travel to Northern America and then consume the data. Okay, which is going to be very, very difficult. So people have come up with the idea called content delivery network. Okay, so they came up with the idea called we need to use something called content delivery network. Sorry, I need to say CDN. Okay, so CDN stands for Cloud Content Delivery Network. Okay, CDN stands for Content Delivery Network. And how this content delivery network works is we are actually going to be going and making use of the infrastructure that someone has already set that up. Okay, someone has already created that infrastructure, and we are going to be going and trying to leverage that infrastructure. So I'm not going to be using my own hardware. I'm actually going to be depending on using someone else's network which they have already set up. How this CDN works? Okay, if I have to go and use the CDN, how this CDN works? Let me bring in one image file to help you understand. So this CDN is going to be using edge locations or edge servers, and the vendor has already set up these locations. Okay, so vendor is having all these servers set up worldwide. Okay, across the world we do have many different servers which are there. Now what happens is we are actually going to be going and keeping our files on the original server. Let's say I have the files here on the original server. If someone from the US is trying to access the data, if I'm not using the CDN, they actually have to go travel and then they have to access it from the original server. But in case of a CDN, they don't have to go and directly approach these original server. They are actually going to be going and contacting the vendor site first. They are going to be going and saying, they are going to be reaching out to their nearest edge location. They will go and check it out here that my nearest edge location is this one, and I'm gonna go and consume the data from this location. Okay, I'm gonna go and consume the data from this location, and this server is gonna check that, okay, you are asking for the file 1. I don't have that file. So this server will go to the original server, and then there's gonna be downloading that file here locally. It says, okay, I have the file 1 now for you. I have that file you're looking for, which means first request is gonna pull the data here locally. If the next time there is some other user is gonna make the same request, you have the file available locally, and you will be able to use that file at a much lower latency. You will be able to go and consume that file at a much higher speed. Okay, you will be able to go and consume it. In the same way, people around the globe can use this network, can use these local edge locations, and then can make use of it. And that is what is being provided by a service called CloudFront. Okay, that is what the CloudFront is doing. CloudFront is a content delivery network, and we are actually distributing the content with the help of it. I'm actually gonna show you how to use this CloudFront and how to configure this CloudFront in the SysOps course. Okay, we have to actually cover this particular component in a greater detail. We'll set that up, we'll try to use it, and we will try to see that what impact, what difference it does make. Okay, so as of now, we are going to go looking at that. This is actually a CloudFront, and we are going to be going and using these CDN services with it, and we are going to be going and making use of edge locations. And how many edge locations we do have worldwide? I'm going to go and click on features, and features is going to show me the different edge locations we do have worldwide. So all these blue dots, all these are edge locations. Purple dots are multiple edge locations. Okay, so we have a limited regions, but there are many edge locations. So if I give you example, how many regions are there in India? How many regions you are aware of in India? Do you know that? Okay, yep, we have only one. And where is that? And that is there in Mumbai. We do have one more coming up. Where is the second region coming up for Amazon? So second region for Amazon is coming up at Hyderabad. Okay, yep, you're right. Thank you, Nilesh, for being so quick. But if I go and check it out, the edge locations, you will find we do have edge locations at a multiple points, multiple cities. We do have 3 edge locations in Bangalore. We do have 4 edge locations in Chennai. And there are 3 in Hyderabad. We have 2 in Kolkata, right? We have 2 there in Kolkata. 4 locations in Mumbai, 5 locations in Delhi. Okay, so these all different locations are for your edge servers. Means people can go and connect to these locations and consume the data. They need not to connect to the main server, and they can quickly consume the data over fast network, over a dedicated network. All right, hope this makes sense, guys. Okay, is it okay? We will show you how to work with it in the SysOps course. Okay, all right, hope this makes sense, guys. All right, hope I'm not overwhelming you with a lot of information here. Okay, all right, okay, so let me move back. Which was the other topic I thought I'll share with you? Which was the other topic we had? Let me quickly check which I'm missing here. I thought I'll discuss one more topic here with you. Okay, yeah, I think it was a simple notification service. Okay, I thought we'll discuss the simple notification service here. Now, which type of service is this simple notification service? So simple notification service is actually a push notification service. Okay, so it's a push notification service. So with the help of this service, you will be able to receive the SMS alerts. You'll be able to receive the email alerts. So let's use this one. Okay, let's use this one. I want you to join me in this exercise. I'm going to take you back here to the console, and I'm going to be going and using the simple notification service. And the simple notification service is part of the application integration. Okay, it's actually part of the application integration. Okay. All right. And we are going to be going and making use of it. Okay. All right. So in the meantime, I actually got a feedback link for these 2 days. Okay. I'm not sure if it was sent to you as well. Have you got the feedback link. Have you received any email stating that you need to fill in the feedback? Let me know if you have got that. No? Okay. Okay. All right, let me try sharing with you and let me know if you are able to open it. I do have the link with me. I'm just sharing that here. I'm going to be adding that here in the resources sheet. Let me know if it works for you. Is that opening for you? Okay, very nice. Okay, so whenever you have time, try filling that out. Okay, I thought let me share that with you so we don't have to spend time toward the end of the session. Okay. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go and make use of simple notification service. I'm gonna go and choose this service here. All right. And how this service works is it's actually very simple how this works. And this dashboard, diagram on the dashboard actually shows that how exactly this service works. So this service works. We have to go and create a topic. Okay. We have to go and create a topic. And once we have the topic available, we will be making this topic available to all the subscribers. We are going to be going and asking the people to subscribe to this particular topic, and they can choose that in which format they would like to receive the notification. They can actually go and receive email notification. They can go and get the text notifications, or they can also receive a push notification on their mobile app. I'm sure you might have seen some notification coming from your mobile applications. And how you will receive this notification, that which kind of notification you are going to be receiving. The notifications which are going to be published by the publisher. So we are going to learn about three different components here. We are going to learn about the subscribers. We are going to learn about the topic, and we are going to be learning about the publisher. Yeah, we are going to go and learn about these three services here. Okay, we can go and use these three services here. All right, so okay, let's try using this one. So I'm gonna go and say I want to create a new topic. I'm gonna take you to the topic, and we are gonna go and create a new topic. I'm gonna delete one of the old which I don't need. Okay. I can go and hit the button, say create a new topic, and you can actually use this for free. You can make a choice that do you want to use it as a first in first out, or you just want to go with the standard one. I will choose I want to go with the standard one, and the name of the topic is gonna be okay, NSCIT topic. Okay, NSCIC and NSCIT SNS topic. That's gonna be more appropriate. So on the screen, I just need to mention I want it to be standard, and I need to choose a name here. Okay. All right. All right. So once you give this information, you actually need to go and say I want to create this topic. Okay. You need to go and click on say I want to create this topic. And once you have created this topic, you are all set to use this topic. You can create a subscription. Okay, you can actually create a subscription. You can publish the messages. Okay, you can say I want to publish a message as well. And you can actually integrate that with your code as well. If you're doing some programming, if you're creating your web page, if you're creating some application, you can actually go and use that in your code. And you can actually use this endpoint to incorporate this topic in your code. We have a ARN here. ARN stands for Amazon Resource Name. Okay, it's Amazon Resource Name. I can use and refer to use this topic in my code, in my program, in my page. But right now, I'm actually going to be going and using this console to show you how it works. I'm going to go and say I want to create a subscription here, and it's going to come back and say, okay, how do you want to receive the message? Do you want to receive it via email, or do you want to receive it via text message, or whatever you want to use? Or you can use some different applications as well. I'm going to choose email option here. Okay, we can go and choose the email option here. All right, so once I have this option here, so it is going to be asking me what your email address is. Provide me your email address where you want to receive these notifications. So go ahead and give your personal email ID. Okay, you can use your own Gmail ID. Do not use your company's ID, because your company might be having some filters and you may not be able to receive the notifications. So it's a good idea to go and use a personal address here. Okay. All right, let me go and call this one as AWS demo 99 at gmail.com. That's the email ID I have. I have created that email ID for the demonstration purpose, and I do not have any of my personal messages in there, which means I can actually go and share the inbox with you. I can show that inbox with you. That's it. And then I'm simply gonna go and hit the button, say create the subscription. As soon as you create the subscription, it is gonna show you a message that it is pending confirmation. Pending confirmation means it's not that you can go and add any of the email ID and start bombarding people with that with that messages, right? You need to get the consent from the person who is subscribing it. Okay, we need to ask the person to confirm that yes, I want to receive the notifications. I'm interested in getting the notifications. Okay, and for that we actually need to go and confirm the subscription here. So I'm gonna go and open up my inbox and let me share that with you. And yes, I do have one of the AWS notifications sitting here for me. It says you need to confirm your subscription. Okay, you need to confirm your subscription for this topic. Just go and check it out if you have received this email or not. If you don't find this email, please check the spam folder as well. Okay, sometimes this mail get moved to the spam folder as well. So do check that one. Okay, do check that one. All right, so here I have a link where I'll be able to go and confirm the subscription here. I'm gonna go and click on say yes, I confirm my subscription. And there we go. It says yes, we have noted it down. We have received your consent and we are all good to send notifications on this email ID. Okay, we are all set. We are all good to send notifications on this mail ID. We are all good. And same is gonna be reflecting on the dashboard as well. If I go and refresh this, you will see the status is going to be showing to me as a confirmed. I have this showing as a confirmed. That is very, very nice. Okay, that is very, very nice. All right, so once it is confirmed, I can actually now start publishing the message. I can actually go back to the topic which I have created. I have created an NSE IT topic here. I can actually start sending the messages now. We do have a publish message button here. Okay, we do have a publish message here, and we can actually start sending the messages, publishing the messages to all the subscribers. This topic can be subscribed by multiple people, right? We can have a multiple subscribers. Okay. Now I'm going to be saying I want to publish a message on this particular topic here. So let me click on say want to publish a topic. It says okay. You want to send an email or you want to send a text message. What is subject you want to add here? I'm gonna go and say the subject is gonna be my test SNS message. And let me add the timestamp here. Today is 9th of March. I'm gonna add the same in the body of the message. Okay, it's the same subject and the same message here. I'm gonna be just trying to keep the same here. All right. And then I'm gonna simply go and hit the send message here. I'm just gonna go and hit this button which says publish this message. Okay, let's go and use it. So I'm gonna go and hit this, say okay, let's use it. And there we go. It says yes, we have successfully sent this topic here. We have successfully sent that. And you will find that there's going to be a new message sitting in the inbox. Let me go and check my inbox here. And there should be one message. Okay, there we go. I do have a new message sitting here. So have you got this message here? Are you able to see this message here? All right, that is great. Okay, that is awesome. Let's put it here if this SNS is working for you. Okay. All right. That is great. That is very, very nice. Looks like everyone is good here. Okay. Okay. Good to see that. Now, we are actually going to be trying to integrate this with billing now. Okay. We're going to be trying to integrate that with the billing. How I can configure that Amazon is going to be going and sending me automatic, notifications about the billing. If I'm going to be going and trying to consume the resources beyond a certain threshold. Let's go and try to integrate it. Let's try to go and use it. I'm going to take you back here and I'm going to be taking you back to the billing dashboard. And as soon as we go to the billing dashboard, let's see if you have some numbers showing up this time. So for me, it is zero cost. And we have, do you see some kind of a top free tier services now? Is it showing you something now? Do you see something populating now? Or still blank for you? Okay, still blank for you. Okay, don't worry. You can actually go and try that out tomorrow morning. And there's gonna be some information gonna be showing up here tomorrow morning. Okay. Okay, looks like some of the people are able to see some information, and for some of you, it is still blank. Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. So what we're gonna be doing here is we are actually gonna be going and trying to do some kind of a billing preferences. I would like you to go and click in here and choose the billing preferences. Okay, please go and click in here. So I'm going to go and say, I would like to go and choose this billing preferences. And then I want you to select all these checkboxes. The one, Amazon is going to be sending you a PDF invoice by email address. Okay, it is going to be sending a PDF invoice at the end of the month via email. Okay, on an email you will be receiving the PDF attachment there. That is nice. Second is we also want to receive the free tier alerts, and that is where you should go and add your email here. Say please send the free tier usage alerts here on my email ID. Okay, choose your email ID, and then Amazon is going to be going and sending those alerts here to you. And we do have one more feature, that receive the billing alerts. So you can go and choose this one as well. And then finally, go and the button says save these preferences for you. Okay, save these preferences for you. Okay, so this is good. Okay, in that way, it is going to be going and showing you some information. As it is still blank for most of you, I'm actually not going to be showing you how you can integrate the SNS and how you will be able to go and integrate the a CloudWatch with it. We can actually go and create a CloudWatch alarm and using the SNS, but I think we can do that tomorrow morning. Okay, we will start our day with creating those billing alarms, and we can actually define certain threshold. If my usage goes beyond $1, or if it is going beyond $2, I can actually go and receive an alert on that case. Okay, I'll show you when you have this data populated for you. And on a lighter note, there are gonna be no charges on your account. Okay, there's gonna be very less charges on your account. I don't think so. It's gonna exceed $1. It's gonna exceed 100 rupees for this entire course or the next course as well. But sometimes we are curious, we try experimenting some of the services, and by mistake, we may be using some kind of a service which is going to be costing us money. Okay, so accidentally we might say, okay, I'm using some service, but I'm not aware of how much it is going to be costing, and accidentally I activate the service and use it. In case if you activated some service and actually got some charges, maybe there is a $2, maybe $5, maybe $10 charges on your account, you need not worry about it. Okay, you actually need not to worry about that. You can always go back to Amazon. Okay, you can always go back to the Amazon and say, I actually got these charges by mistake. I don't have intention to to use these services. Okay, I was not having intention to use these services, and Amazon is going to be waiving off those charges for you. Okay, you need not to pay those charges. You can request Amazon, and Amazon is going to be waiving those off for you. Okay, so do not worry. Be relaxed. Try to explore the services, at your own leisure, at your own comfort. Make best use of free tier account. Okay, have full control on your account, and try to use for all the learning purposes required to you. Okay, which means Amazon actually encourages us to experiment and run and use those services. Okay, all right. So I think with that note, I am pretty much toward the end of the session here. Okay, I'm pretty much toward the end of the session here. So once you are done with the billing settings, you can go and mark that as done. And if you got a chance to fill the feedback, you can just say it's done as well. So I'm here. Okay, I'm here to answer any of the open questions you do have. Okay, let's have an open house here. So you are free to throw any questions on your mind you have. Okay, not specific to the topics we have discussed. Uh, anything, anything you want to talk about. Yes, please save these preferences, save these settings. Okay, that's gonna be helpful. Okay, click on the save preferences, and it's gonna be saved here. Okay, so I think in these 2 days we have actually covered a lot of ground. We have covered a lot many different services, and we from zero we actually at least came to a speed of a 50 or 60, right? And I think the next course is going to be taking you to the next level, because we are going to be going and covering those services in much more detail. Okay. Okay. Let me try checking the questions you have, and we'll try answering those. Okay. Uh, when you have to appear for the exam, you actually have to appear for the exam after you complete the next training as well. And then you're going to be taking a 1 week time to prepare it. Okay. You're going to be given a 1 week time, and then you're going to be writing the foundation exam. And then you're going to be taking another 2 to 3 weeks, and then you will write this SysOps exam. Okay. So after you complete this training this week, next week you're going to prepare for it, and the week next to it, you're going to write the exam. So which means if I go and check it out here, so okay, so you're going to be attending the training this week, and week of 15th is given to you for the preparation, and the week of 22nd you should book the exam, first exam. Okay, you should go and get started for the practitioner exam. Okay, week of 22nd, and then you will get 2 more weeks to prepare for the sysops, and then write that exam. Okay, that's going to be the ideal strategy. Okay, all right. Is the exam tough? No, not at all, Shri. So this is one of the most easy exam, and I have not seen anyone not able to clear it. Okay, I'm very sure you will be able to clear that very easily. Okay, once you attend the SysOps course, which is advanced course, this is going to be a kind of a cakewalk for you. Okay. Okay. How we are using these services for the development and the testing and production level. So when we are actually going to be going and using these services for the production and the development or the testing, we only need to worry about that, in case something goes wrong, how I will be able to bring these services back, or how I will be able to go and create a highly available environment. So in this training so far, we have learned about creating a high availability with the help of the load balancer. But if you're going to be going and trying to use these services in the production, in the real time, you actually need to know something more on the scalability, how you can scale the environment automatically, be it a storage, so uh, be it a multiple servers or EC2, be it a database, and the networking. how you will gonna be making it ready for the number of users, number of applications you have. Okay, so that is gonna be what is gonna be helpful for you to check. Okay, yes, Kajal, you have to appear only for these two exams. Okay, so only these two exams are actually currently in scope, which has been identified by your organization. Okay, that is why this training is being conducted. One is the practitioner, and the second exam is going to be the sysops. So tomorrow you will find that we are actually going to be going and looking at these services, but we are going to be looking at from a different lens. Okay, we are having a different glasses to look through, because we are going to be looking at from the system admin perspective, that what are the details associated with it and how I'm going to be managing these all services. Okay, more in-depth details are going to be shared with you on that. Okay, so yep, that's a good thought, Sri. We actually need to go and clean up the environment. Okay, what all we have created here so far, we actually have to go and do a cleanup. What all we need to do as a part of the cleanup, we will go and start with the EC2. We will go and delete all the servers and all the volumes, AMIs and snapshots. Okay, we'll go and delete all that stuff here. You need not to worry about the security groups, and you need not to worry about the key pairs. There is no cost involved. Okay, there is no cost for those. For rest of the values, they should be zero. You should not have any of the load balancer. You should not have any of the instances. You should not have any of the volumes either. You should not have had any of the snapshots also. Okay, rest all these services should appear as zero. If they are zero, you are good. We also created VPC. VPC is free. You need not to worry about that. Let that stay there, because we are going to be going and making use of that in our next course. Okay, that is fine. Leave it there. Multi-factor authentication, also free. Need not to worry about that. That's also free of cost. We are okay to leave it there. We have created a database as well, right? RDS. We need to go and delete that as well. So I'm going to go and check the database here, RDS, and I'm going to be deleting that. We also created bucket and some files. Leave those buckets and files. You will not be charged about the bucket and files. Okay, we need not to worry about those. That's perfectly fine. So once you come here, you will be able to see that we do have one database instance which is running here, and I'm gonna go and delete that one. I'm gonna select it and I'm gonna delete it, because we have created that in a very easy way. In the next course, we are actually going to be sharing a lot of features around the database. Simply say I acknowledge and I don't need any kind of a backup for it, and go and delete it. Okay, say I acknowledge and I don't need backup and I don't need anything else, and go and delete that one. It's going to take some time and this database is going to go away. Okay, we need not to wait for it. It's automatically going to go away in a short while. Okay, that was a good reminder, Sri. Thank you. Thank you for that. What else? Anything else on your mind? Okay. So, so what do you think about the Amazon cloud? So do you think it's easy? Is it easy to start, easy to begin? And is really useful? What your thoughts are? Let me know your thoughts. Okay. Okay. All right. Very nice. Thank you, Sri. Let me know the thoughts from others as well. Okay. All right. Great. Good to know that, Shubham. Okay. All right. I agree with you, Surbi, right? So it's easy and there's a lot of options to explore, right? Great. Okay. Okay, Sanal says yes, it is definitely easy to begin with. All right, great. So Humaira is saying that it is easy to understand and use. Yep, I agree. Okay, I agree. All right, Shraddha also find it useful and easy to use. Awesome, very nice. All right, that's I think the power of the cloud because you are able to get started with no time. So as a new cloud user, you just took few hours to acquainted with the cloud technologies and the services and you start working on it. You start creating multiple servers, you start using all of other services, storage and other part, right? And that's awesome. We just spent just 2 days and we have actually covered a lot. So so with that with that thought, I would like to thank you for your time for these 2 days. Okay, I hope these 2 days were useful and worth investing in the cloud knowledge. So thank you very much for your time, and we'll connect with you tomorrow. I mean, if there are going to be more participants, or at least we'll connect with you tomorrow for the next training. Thank you, everyone, and enjoy your rest of the evening. We'll meet you tomorrow morning.